What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
Usher making any progress here. Another, or the single. The single leaves the ball. Oh yes, what a response. Made the headlines in the afternoon, and he's looking to make some more this afternoon. Treble 18, yes, double 12 to carry on the fun, to carry on the brilliance.
A shot now. Finds it, so double 14. What a shot there from Devon Peterson.
To win number 2, another one of them. Double top, to do it in style. Absolutely fantastic. Hello, very good evening. Welcome along to Saturday night here at the Super Series. And what a Saturday night we could have here at the Live Lounge in Porto. The former champion Andreas Harrison is in almost invincible form. Jim Mcewan is putting in the type of darts which saw him win Series 5. And who knows what the global champion Devon Peterson could do as well. It's a night littered with champions, and that doesn't just stem on the stage, it stems in the studio as well. Laura Turner, Scott Mitchell with us for every single dart this evening. And Laura, when we were here last week, we built this week up to be a week filled with quality players, filled with quality, and it certainly lived up to that hype.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there is we had that weight of expectation, but you have to say, from the numbers posted, we've had some spectacular finishing as well. Yeah, really didn't disappoint. It's been a really, really full-on exciting week.
It's felt a little bit like a Champions Week, the standard at times this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. And the guys have been treating it like it as well. You know, we've been interviewing them. They've been saying, wow, you know, what a tough group to be in every night. So they realised it as well before they even threw a dart.
Well, it is a field stacked with winners, and this is what we're going to be watching this evening. Graham Usher had been away from the Live Lounge for 2 years until this week and returned in style, looking to pick up his third weekly title with the cards fall in the gambler's favour tonight. A man who needs very little introduction, Andreas Harrison continues to break records and dominate the hockey of astonishing averages, fantastic finishing and brilliant bullseyes. Jim Mcewan hasn't reached a weekly final since his Series 5 victory back in 2023, but he's back tonight and he means business. Can Chucky chuck his way into Series 10's Champions Week? Devon Peterson is into his third Saturday at the Super Series as he looks to lift his first weekly trophy tonight. The ADC Global Champion is in fine form. Can he repeat his success on the Live Lounge stage tonight? Johnny Haynes plays in his fifth weekly final this evening. Known for his consistency, solid scoring and bursts of brilliance, the punk will be looking to progress to Champions Week for a second time. If you haven't heard of Richard McKe before this week, you certainly have now. The qualifier for Northern Ireland surprised himself by qualifying for tonight. Can he go one step further and lift the trophy later on this evening? Certainly a lot of pedigree in the lineup tonight, that is for sure. And the action got underway on Monday morning. Group A saw Graham Usher cross the finishing line, his first appearance here in 2.5 years, and it felt like he's never been away from the place.
Absolutely. He's just used all that experience that he's built up, obviously being away, being on the PDC, used that, but like you say, didn't seem to drop a beat, walk back in the building and just doing, you know, it's what we expect from Graham Usher, but, you know, to come back after that break, do the same thing, yeah, very impressive.
And I can imagine it's difficult dropping off a tour and then re-finding that winning gear again. But that's what Graham is seemingly doing, whether it be here or whether it be at the seniors.
Yeah, I have the unfortunate thing that I've done exactly the same. And it's you're trying to reinvent yourself. You're trying to find out where you are in the game again. Because all of a sudden you're not needed where you want to be. So it's a case of finding out things, and better to come home here like Graham Usher has and find his feet here again and find his form again.
Well, that was Group A. The players are then divvied up into Groups B and C. And Group B really was the group of the week. Andreas Harrison winning 7 out of his 8 matches. And on the opening night, carded back-to-back averages of 111. The type of darts at which, whatever the arena, whatever the opposition, they're going to be competitive at any room, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the stats, obviously highest average of 111.33, but it's checkout percentage as well. 53%, that is well beating stats. And it's kind of what we've come to expect with Andreas Harrison. When he comes here at the Super Series, he just seems to thrive, and he's really exciting to watch. And as you say, that 161 that he hit to win the match as well over Jim McKeown, his closest rival. Yeah, we've seen some really solid stuff from him.
Is this as good as any daily performance you've ever seen from a player at the Super Series?
Yeah, because we've seen those numbers before, but not game after game after game. And he was very nonchalant and confident about it as well. It wasn't like he was like really trying hard. It was just so relaxed. It made it a bit sick, really. It made it look too easy.
But Jim McKeown, amongst all that, played some really good darts on day one. And he backed it up on Friday as well. And despite everything good that Andreas has done, Jim McKeown could be somebody to look out for tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of two different ways of looking at it, isn't it? Because obviously we've seen the heights from Andreas Harrison, but what we've seen from Jim McKeown is the consistency at a very high level. It's what we've come to expect. Obviously, you don't pick up a Champions Week without that kind of level of play, but he's really delivered so far this week.
In terms of Devon Peterson, he was top of Group A going into Wednesday, missed out. And then he had to do it the hard way again, didn't he, on Friday evening in Group B?
Yeah, well, if you were looking at that Group A table on Tuesday night, you couldn't see him not making it through. It was a done deal. So it was a bit of a capitulation from Devon. But what he did do is come back into that Group B and then go, you know what? I know where the targets are here. And he knew that Andreas and Jim were going to be really good. He then had to go and deal with Quantock and Hogan. And he did that a couple of times and made sure that he was in the right place come the end of Group B.
Well, Group B was quite the something. I suppose one of the stories of the week came in Group C, the qualifier, Richard McKe making it through from Northern Ireland. 16 points to his name. Now, you were watching him in the commentary box on Thursday and Friday, Scott. What for you was so impressive from Richard, in your opinion?
He didn't look nervous in the first game. So he won his first game. When you come here as a first-timer and a debutant, you want to get that first game under your belt as quickly as you can. If it starts to go on 3 and 4 games, they become very hard to win. He won his first one a little bit nervously. You admit that. The way that he played, you could see that he was a little bit nervous, but he won it. And then he just grew into the group, and he grew into the day and ended up being 5 out of 5. So then you think, well, he's going to come overnight. He's now the target for the rest. And he lost his first game, and you think, here we go. He could lose all his today. He didn't. He regathered. He regrouped. No matter how he did it somehow, and he's ended up coming through the group, and it's great for him.
In terms of Johnny Haynes, that was kind of a typical Johnny Haynes performance, wasn't it? Decent darts, getting into another finals night. You kind of know what to expect from him to a certain extent.
Yeah, you expect that kind of consistency, that steadiness that you get. I mean, obviously, he peaked with the 160 checkout, but with Johnny, obviously, he's picked up a weekly title, albeit it was some time ago. And for Johnny, I think that's that next step up again, is just to get himself back into a position where he can actually lift that Super Series trophy.
So Johnny Haynes there through to finals night. Now, one of the players that didn't make it through was Romeo Gerberbach. Well, he knew he was out yesterday, so decided to go along the lines of something with a little bit of a showmanship flair, going for the 3 bullseyes against Johnny Haynes. Well, loads of people have been trying it. Romeo the first to actually dispatch it, but he is not going to be here tonight. 6 players are through, and the standard of the players that have made it has been very, very good. Now, to put it in comparison, to get into Group A pretty much guaranteed at Champions Week, you need an average around 90. You look at the numbers of the top 3, particularly in that graphic, that's the type of stuff that could compete at the next level up.
100%, absolutely. And what you've got to remember as well, these aren't just like a one-off game that these guys are playing. This is a consistent level. So you look at that 97 from Jim McKeown, for example. He's played that over like 10 matches. So it just shows the levels that they're playing consistently. And I think that's what's been most impressive about the players that have made it through tonight. They've just played at a high level, but they've done it throughout the whole campaign.
Well, let's have a look at the groups then and see what we're going to be watching this evening. Now, I suppose Group 2 is going to be the one more than anything that we'll be looking at, Scott. Andreas Harrison has won multiple times here. He's won 4 weekly titles, a Champions Week, a Specials Week. Devon Peterson picked up the global title here, and Johnny Haynes has got form as well.
The thing I like about that is all 3 of them have experience here. And you might look at Johnny Haynes and go, oh, you know, he might be the outsider of the group. May well be, but I think Johnny's one of those that he would rather be the underdog in that group and go and surprise people rather than be the favourite in the group and have to graft away and be the favourite. I think Andreas would be happy with that group, to be honest. I think, you know, but he did have a bad night last night. I say a bad night. He was so good the night before that it looked like a bad night last night, but he's come in. He looks refreshed today. I've seen him earlier. He looks refreshed. He's been for a wander around town. He's gathering his thoughts, and that's how he always does it when he comes to finals night.
Well, this is what the bookies think about tonight's action. And I suppose the question I've got to ask you, Laura, is this. How is Jim Mcewan 5-1?
I have no idea. Honestly, I mean, you know, they are long odds for someone like Jim Mcewan. As we mentioned earlier, you know, he's posted consistently just around a 98 average for the performances he's done so far this week. He's got the highest average. He's picked up not just titles here, but the overall Champions Week title as well. So yeah, for me, they're quite long odds.
No surprises, Andreas is favoured, but is there value? I know we spoke about Jim, but is there anybody else that could perhaps represent value this evening?
I'm just saying, I'm looking at Jim. I can't believe that the average that he's run this week, that he's at that much. It just, I haven't got a betting app, but if I was allowed to, I'd be going off and downloading one right now.
Andreas is the favourite, but is he the player that picks up the title tonight? And if not, then who could be somebody to look out for?
I will be honest, you know, we talked about it last week, we talked about it throughout the week, that it feels like one of the most competitive finals nights that we've had recently, because the standard, the levels that they're all playing at, I think any one of them could pick it up. Perhaps experience does come through, so you've got Andreas and Jim or Devon, but yeah, I'm not sitting on the fence. I just think tonight it's just really hard to call, because darts is all on the nights and it's a race to 4, so anything can happen with this kind of format.
And I think it's all who's got the darts at the right time against the right player, because the way the format works, we don't bull up until the final. So I think it's going to be, everybody's got the experience to hold their own throw here. So I do think it's going to be who's got the darts against who is going to dictate where this goes tonight.
Scott, Laura, thank you. See you in the commentary box in a few moments' time. Let's get the action underway then here at the Live Lounge in Pause. And we kick off with Graham Usher up against Richard McKe. It's the experience of the gambler up against the debutant for Northern Ireland, who is looking to end the week of his life with the biggest title of his life. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to get their assessments ahead of tonight's action. Richard, welcome to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. How much have you enjoyed the last couple of days?
It's been a fantastic experience. Really enjoyed it so far, and hopefully I can enjoy it even more tonight with maybe one win.
In terms of this evening, is this a little bit above expectations at the beginning of the week for you?
Yeah, well above my expectations. I never expected to reach finals night, so I didn't, honestly. So everything's a bonus from here.
What were your goals when you started out?
Win legs. I've said it from the beginning, win legs. That's all I wanted to do. That was my achievement. To win legs, then win matches was even better.
So into finals night tonight, does that mean you can play with a little bit of a free roll? Just go out there, enjoy it and see what happens?
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully I'm still the underdog, so people love an underdog story. Hopefully I can continue that tonight.
And in terms of the way you've played this week, you must be really pleased with particularly the consistency of the performances that you put.
Yeah, really pleased, but I still think there's more gears. You know, my scoring hasn't been as high as it can be, so hopefully a few more 180s tonight, and hopefully the doubles keep going the way they've been going.
And the dynamic changes this evening, doesn't it, in front of a crowd? How much have you played in terms of stage stuff back in Northern Ireland?
Very little. Very little, but like everything this week, I'm just going to try and blank it out and try and enjoy it.
All about embracing the experience?
Yeah, without a doubt. Everything's a bonus.
Well, we wish you all the very best.
Cheers,
Richard.
thank you.
Good luck tonight. Go well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Oh, great. It must have been like you've never been away from the Super Series the last 3 days or so. Straight back into the thick of it and straight back into the winners' enclosure in Group A.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Enjoyed being back. Last day was a bit of a struggle. Managed just to scrape through against Devon. But yeah, looking forward to it. It's always nice to make finals night. It's a bit more special.
In terms of your performances this week, how would you assess them so far?
I started off well. I thought my scoring was a lot better than it has been for a while. Dublin seemed okay, but just when it really mattered with Devon's game, that was a bit scrappy and things like that. So, yeah, I'm practising now. I'm practising well, so we'll see how it goes.
Is that sometimes the key here at the Super Series? Look, you always want to play at a high level, but, you know, particularly if you play the whole week, 25 games, you're not always going to play it. It's about carving out the wins when maybe your B game needs to get you over the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're not on your A game, you have a decent B game. As long as you can get through that, you know, win badly, I'll take it all day long.
Back into the Saturday Night Football. It's been a little while since you've done this here at the Live Lounge, but good memories of the past, because the previous 2 times you've done it in a weekly qualification, you've managed to win that week and get through the Champions Week.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get through Champions Week again, but tough players in there. Look, just take each game as it comes, you know. You look at the 2 groups, there's no other benefit being in one or the other, you know, so we'll see how it goes.
I know you've just dropped off the Pro Tour, but you look at the standard that's been played at this week. Has it felt a little bit like that?
Yeah, the standard's been good. You know, I watched the evening session and the afternoon session yesterday. Yeah, you know, obviously the first session for Andrea was phenomenal. But look, it's a different day, different night. So we'll go and see how we get on.
Well, look forward to watch you play. All the very best. Good luck tonight, Graham.
Thank you.
The ball. Oh, yeah. What a response.
Good start. Top set. And he does.
Certainly 2 players at different ends of the Richter scale of experience going head-to-head in the first game tonight. Graham Usher, having just dropped off tour at the end of 2024. He's played at the AFEST Live in Amsterdam at the World Series finals. He was the runner-up at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern not long ago. And he takes on Richard McKe, for whom tonight is the biggest night of his darting life. Into the commentary box then, describing all of the action on this Saturday evening, is a very good evening to Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, cheers, H. I think we have a very intriguing evening in prospect indeed. And Graham Usher here, it must be like coming home for him, because he had such a successful run here before progressing on to the PDC Tour. There's our referee.
Thank
Jack
you, ladies
Garwood,
and gentlemen. Best of order, please.
one of the busiest
First
men
leg,
in
it's
darts
Graham
at this
to
current
throw
time.
first.
Yeah, and Graham Usher's kind of come back to where it sort of made him people aware of who he was here in this room.
60.
Goes off, has a bit of success, gets a tour card. Doesn't quite go how he wants it to go, so it kind of makes sense for him to come back here and sort of rejig, readjust and start again, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point when we were talking at the top of the show, and it is just trying to kind of work out where you are with your game, with everything else, especially when you do drop off something like the PDC Pro Tour. So
41.
It's interesting. I mean, we've obviously seen him recently at the World Seniors as well. I mentioned his runner-up, but if you actually look at who he beat on the way through to that position, it was a bit of a who's who of picked up titles here at the Modus Super Series. The likes of Leonard Gates, Neil Duff, last week's winner. Derek Coulson beat him in the semi-finals. So you know it's great to see him back and playing at a good level.
And I don't think he's kind of feeling that he's not playing well. I think he feels that he was just a touch unfortunate, and I can understand that. And then you go to the other end of the scale, and I don't mean that in a rude way in any way, shape or form, with Richard McKe, who has kind of come here and he's like Graham Usher was 3-4 years ago when he first got introduced to us here at the Super Series. So for me, it's just really amazing that we are still having that conveyor belt of finding the new faces who can come here and live with the best of already here.
Absolutely. It's great to see the new talent. And Richard McKe with the first opportunity here to take this opening leg. Double 16 for a 156 for the opener. That is perfection from Richard McKe. 6 perfect darts, 180 backed up by a 156.
Second leg, it's Richard.
Super stuff from the debutant. And if you're gonna have a breaker throw, do it now. First leg, lovely jubbly. A 156. That's his highest shot out so far this week. His previous was the Keith Della 138, and that's his 6th ton plus finish
95
of the week, and the 138 was his first leg yesterday. So he does start well.
$100. $100.
Well, we've got many famous faces in tonight. Steve West. I did actually see his,
60.
I think his Facebook feed or something, and they were having a wander around with the dog at Haylen Island today, I think.
108.
The second maximum of the match goes the way of Graham Usher. And how often do we say, when you find that break, when you get that chance, you need to hold on to your throw, because Usher is on course to break straight back.
Graham, you require 126.
Yeah, break is only good if you can hold your throw in the next leg. We all say that.
114.
And that would have been a way to say, hey, mate, you're going to have to do some more of that if you're going to get me.
And we quite often say it, when you've won Group A, obviously you've got those couple of days off.
Graham,
Richard McKe would have been playing
12.
here yesterday. Usher's had a couple of days away from the hockey.
No score.
Really unfortunate. Took a bit of a deflection and just floated up into the double 13. So a chance here for McKe.
Oh, wow.
Second leg, Richard McKe.
Ton plus shot number 7 for Richard McKe.
Third leg, it's
He
Graham
has
to
come
go
out of the
first.
block sprinting, hasn't he?
Yeah, and 4 missed starts at a double for Graham Usher so far. He may rue them. You can see 2 from Richard McKe by way of a 156 and 106 finish.
The thing for
59.
Graham is that he won't panic because he's on throw now. He will fancy himself to be back at 2-1. That's what his mindset will be
100.
going into this leg, because if it was the other way and he was 2-0 down and his opponent then had the throw, he'd be staring 3-0 in the face, and that would be a long way back.
59.
Yeah, absolutely. And a player like Graham Usher now, he's got that wealth of experience behind him to know not to panic. You've got to have that belief and trust in your own ability, because as you say, at the moment, it is just the one breaker throw.
$100.
Yeah, he's you don't rush McKe. He plays his own pace and he goes when he wants. We know Usher likes to get ahead of steam up and bomb around the board and own the hockey like Speedy Gonzalez, but he's not going to get away with that here with McKe. He plays his pace, and that's how he is. It's not done to put anybody off, it's just his pace.
Now, Graham Usher not going to add a 116 to the ton-topping finishes we've seen so far in this match, but still in a good position, so just looking to tee up.
54.
I do think, you know, if you are a player that is more rhythmical, is a bit more methodical, I think if you can not get caught up in someone else's pace, that's a real testament to you as a player, because it's quite easy to get
62.
enthralled and wrapped up with another player.
No, and what always amazes me is when a faster player gets beaten by a slower player, they go, "Oh, he slowed me up."
Game shot on the
nicely
third
done
leg.
from Usher. Points at the board as if to say, "Why didn't I do that last time? I'd be 2-1 up now." Yeah, you never see a fast player come off and go, that fellow, he slowed me down, he put me off my rhythm. But also, when you're a slow player, a fast player can actually speed you up. And you never see a slow player playing a fast player and lose and go, "Whoa, he speeded me up, put me off." Because it works both ways.
Yeah, there's a wonderful Welsh player, Chris Savary. Played her on several occasions. I remember basically throwing my darts, and by the time I'd walked back to the other end of the hockey, she'd already thrown and started walking because she was that fast. And I got caught up in it. It was just dizzying more than anything else.
Oh, bless her. I love Chris Savaloy. She's my favourite little sausage.
6.
She's lovely. Absolute legend is Chris. Welsh international for many, many a year.
59. 180.
Fans in the crowd enjoying the maximum from Graham Usher.
Darts is a game for the young and old. And the long-haired and bold.
Yeah, I'd like to think we sit in the middle of the young and old. now.
94.
I'll let you think what you like. You're a lady, so you're going to think what you like, no matter what I think anyway, so that's good.
140. Graham, you require 124.
That would have been a
Richard, you require
excellent way to
88.
get Usher back into this match. It's 18 for ball now for Richard McKe. Bullseye coming in.
43.
He has got something that he
Graham, you
misses. There is a
require
double that he misses.
25.
Yeah, and a real chance to level us up now at 2 apiece. 4-4 is the target.
17.
Goes begging. You can see
Richard,
the
you
reaction there
require
from Usher.
45.
Again, we talk about moments in games, and this is one of those. This is a moment.
Game shot
And
of
what a
full
big
flag.
moment from
Richard
Richard McKe. Like you say, hits his debutant. It's his first night.
Fifth flag. It's Graham to
First
the
time
first.
here on a Saturday
Game
night, and the Saturday night does feel very different as a player from the Monday to Friday.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. When you go through those group stages, it's very much like, well, I'll be back for the next one, I'll be back for the next game, because you know it's done in that round-robin basis. Here, okay, it's a smaller version of a round-robin, but it feels very much more like knockout darts.
100.
Yeah, it does. And I like his attitude, because he said to me, and he said it all week, he said it off
60.
camera, I'm just here trying to win legs. I just start another leg and try and win it. And then, you know, the referee will tell me whether I've won or lost, and I leave the stage. And I think if you can keep the game that simple,
38.
it makes it so much easier. But as you go on in your career, as you know, it never stays that simple.
140.
No, I think our brain sometimes can be our own worst enemy when it comes to overthinking darts. But as you say, Richard McKe, just one leg at a time. It's a great technique.
Yeah, my wife tells me the only time I ever think is when I'm up on that stage in the one place that I shouldn't be.
Yeah, how he'd love another treble right now.
95. Graham, you require 141.
Well, we've seen the 156, we've seen a 106, and now he's got the opportunity of a 128 for the
95.
match.
Richard, you require 128.
Treble 20 for ball now then. Not going to go as he blocked the treble 18.
56.
He does have another
Graham, you
uncanny thing,
require
does
46.
Richard McKe, that he can get by a dart that looks like a total blocker.
Game shot of fifth flag. Graham
Usher holds throw. But McKe has a chance.
Sixth flag. It's Richard to throw
If he
first.
holds this
Game on.
to take an early win. And Usher's doing the right thing here. He knows that he's got to win legs. You can't be going down big in these group stages in the early games. It causes you
140.
all sorts of headaches.
Yeah, it's not very often that we really see someone who gets beaten to nil, beaten to one,
135.
actually make it through, because it just makes everything so much so very difficult as the evening progresses.
And because it feels like a knockout stage the whole evening,
43.
you then switch off like it is a knockout stage. You go, oh, well, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. It kind of doesn't work here
41.
in this sort of mini group stages. You've got to get as many legs as you can, even if you're losing. It's a totally different mindset to a straight knockout.
81.
You do wonder, Richard McKe, obviously, as you mentioned, he's kind of here, his goal was legs, then matches.
108.
As we see a third max, could that be a perfectly timed max there from Graham Usher? Just feels like he's playing with that little bit of freedom.
Well, I think you have to at this point, because you're 3-2 down. Your opponent's got the throw.
87.
At that
Graham,
point,
you
he was
require
about 90 in front.
145.
And he's turned the throw with that one double treble visit, but you've got to back it up.
34. Richard, you require
And
150.
you could say that If I was playing this now, I'd be looking at a straight ton here. So, double 15 for the match.
100.
And a big scalp it would have been too from
Graham, you
McKe.
require 111.
Yeah, almost a show-stopping finish, but Usher, small 11 leaves tops.
71. Richard, you require 30.
He'll go top side of that. He's going to have to just take a little step across. The gap is there.
No score.
Didn't get the right trajectory, and we haven't seen him do that very much this last week.
Can he use that? Yes, he can. Oh, in off the barrel. 3 apiece, and now Graham Usher with that advantage to throw that you predicted, Scott, could be all important.
It's
But
Graham
that was
to throw
4
first.
match-winning
Game on.
opportunities there for Richard McKe.
Yeah, and he hasn't been missing
One
opportunities
hard
this
throw.
week. That's the point. His percentages are only around just on 30%, but he's been,
85.
like you say, 30% is nigh on hitting 1 every 3 darts. So we've not that often been seeing him miss with 3 darts in his hand.
123.
Yeah, now finding himself having to chase a treble.
97.
Does find one last start of asking.
One hard
I have to say at this point, either player, if they're going to lose, the way you've got to lose your first game is 4-3. There's nothing lost.
87. $95.
Yeah, for Richard McKe in that position at one point, had 4 match-winning opportunities and now really up against it. And it doesn't get much easier in this group because his next match will be against Jim Mcewan.
Yeah, the plus though, he will have the
Graham, you
darts in that
require
one, having thrown
83.
second in this one.
$67.
Match-winning
Richard,
chance
you
there for
require
Usher. Now come and
148.
gone, and it's McKe for 148. And we've seen him take out some big shots, but he's not taking out this one.
Yeah, 7-ton pluses he's had up to now.
140.
He's not
Graham,
going to
you
make it
require
8.
16.
It's Usher on double 8. He will slide his way in.
8.
Oh, he's gone and given
Richard, you
a...
require 8.
Once again, he's given a golden opportunity here to McKe, and he's
Game
done this
shot
all week,
and the
McKe.
match.
He's
Richard
done that
McKe.
all week. He wins the first match in Group 1. 4 legs to 3. Nothing between them in the averages. 84.05 for Usher, 83.92 for McKe. As you'll see here, probably a doubling percentage of Graham Usher. 3 from 19 was his undoing. And McKe 4 from 9. We're going to head into a short break, and on our return, we'll see the first match in Group 2 between Andreas Harrison taking on Devon Peterson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richard McKe sealed a 4-3 win against Graham Usher in the opening match of the night, the ADC qualifier for Northern Ireland. His dream week continues and now has put himself in a very good position to qualify through to the semi-finals. Right, our second match sees the star of the week so far, Andreas Harrison, in action. He had an average of 111 on Thursday night against the man he's about to take on now, Devon Peterson, for whom he's had to do everything the hard way. He had led Group A going into the final day's worth of action before letting that slip, and he had to scrape through Group B last night, beating Paul Hogan in his final match of the group. But for Andreas, well, he's actually been suffering from the flu a little bit, so perhaps the fact that he's flying as highly as he is, well, maybe that's come as a little bit of a surprise even for him. But he's fighting fit now, and he was giving me the fighting talk earlier on this evening. Devon, into finals night once again here at the Super Series, but how would you assess the week overall?
It's been, let's say, it's been okay. I'm going to give it a C pass this week. Finishing in the beginning was great. Scoring was better yesterday and Thursday, but I think today I'm hoping for everything to come together in this magical kind of 4 games, and then hopefully I'm the one that's lifting the trophy.
What stopped a C from becoming a B in your mind?
I think it's just the flow. It's the consistency. It's the comfortability. I think hours on the board now is needed, but I've got all the working parts and I know what that is like. So you never know. You might just get into a moment where everything clicks because it's so familiar now that you know this is what worked all the time and it's now achievable and attainable. Before I'm getting on stage and you're kind of working things out still. So yeah, I think now I'm a bit more relaxed in it. I feel as though I know exactly what works, what should be going straight, and fingers crossed they do.
So into tonight, you know it's going to be a difficult one. You've been here a fair few times now. How difficult is tonight in comparison to the other finals you've played in?
I think it's, I mean, unless the format's change, it's still 5-1. So I just need to make sure that I'm phenomenally good and really moving in the right spaces. I think it's the consistent scoring, especially against Andreas. He was phenomenal on the night 1. Night 2, it was different Andreas that turned up. So you can't kind of judge it on players' performances. It's only what you do. So if I keep it straight, make sure that it penetrates the triple 20 as often as it can, then who knows? I could be the one that's catching the confetti.
Go well. Good luck tonight, Devon.
Thank you very much.
Andreas, it's been quite the week for yourself here at the Super Series. How would you describe the last couple of days?
Well, great Thursday. Didn't feeling well, but played great. And frustrating Friday. Didn't get my game going there.
Can you put your finger on as to how Friday just didn't quite go to plan for yourself?
I don't know, but I know I can put my finger on it. The arm felt great yesterday too, but yeah, I don't know. It starts.
But it's a positive as well, the fact that you won 3 out of those 4 matches. So even when you're not playing at your best, you're still finding a way of winning matches.
Yeah, and they were kind to me, I think. But yeah, I know I can play so much better than I did yesterday. So hopefully it comes today.
You've been able to rest up a little bit ahead of today because you did mention you've not been 100% at your best.
No, I have a good night's sleep this night. So I think I'm ready to go.
Back into a Saturday. This is when Andreas Harrison shines, isn't it?
Oh, hopefully we see. I hope we can get like the Thursday game tonight.
In terms of playing in front of a crowd, how much do you enjoy, how much do you relish that Saturday night, having the audience and that kind of atmosphere?
Yeah, I love it. That's what you want to do. You want to go on a stage with the crowd. That's fantastic. The Saturday on the Double Trouble week was great. When they singing, the audience was singing. That was great.
And how much would you like to, obviously you won the Double Trouble, how much would you like to then go on and get through to the chance? If you do so, you'd be the first player to have won both a Specials week and a week in the same series.
Of course, it's great. I'm just honored to be here, so yeah. But it's always great to win. That's what you aim for. So.
We wish you all the very best. Andreas, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Well, he certainly supplied some of the goods this week, hasn't he, Andreas Harrison? And he takes on Devon Peterson in our second match of the evening session. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Haynes. The people are in for a treat tonight when they get to watch this one. Andreas was so hot on Thursday. I'm surprised he didn't scorch that beautiful beard of his. He was absolutely throwing with freedom. The 49-year-old from Malilla in Sweden. Series 7 champion. He's won a Specials week here. And obviously he's been a weekly champion. The man from Cape Town, 38 years old, Devon Peterson, has really got his work cut out here because Andreas has the throw also. And in their previous meetings this week, Andreas has beaten Devon 4-0, 4-3. So he's 2 up in the head-to-head in the recent meetings. The crowd, I think, Laura, are really looking forward to this.
Yeah, just before, when the players walked out, we could hear them all cheering on their favourites. And I think you can quite confidently say we've got 2 real crowd favourites in these 2.
140.
Andreas Harrison obviously really has made a name for himself here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Yeah, indeed he has, and I think on your visits here, you're judged by success, and there has been
100.
not too many anywhere near accessible as Andreas Harrison has been, and if there is one, maybe it's the ADC Global Champion in Devon Peterson, who is his arch opponent this evening.
100.
Yeah, when you talk about Devon, I always think back to he had a real strong purple patch when he was in the PDC. Obviously picked up a title over in Hildesheim as well, won the German Darts Championship back in 2020. But
161.
at one point was the biggest 180 hitter on tour as well. We know the levels he's got. And again, he's another player that's just kind of rediscovering his form, getting himself back up to tip-top level.
130.
Yeah, had an injury which took some time to clear up. And then when you have an injury, it also takes some time to get your head round.
109. Devon, you require 24. Game shot on the first
So it's a breaker throw for Peterson too, and it's a 13-dart leg from him. He'll be absolutely over the moon with that as an opening leg.
Game on.
13 darts, breaker throw. He's another one of these players that does use this tri-flight system with just 3 wings. think the other one that's probably using it at the moment is Connor Scott. They're the two most prominent figures using them currently. And you have to say, if he's doing 13 dart legs, he's using them with success. But what I would say with Devon this week is he sometimes hasn't backed a good leg up with another good leg to follow it. And you feel if he's going to do something in this game against Andreas, he's going to have to do that, unless Andreas sort of falls off the wagon.
Yeah, and I feel that's going to be key to whoever gets through tonight, because we've talked about the stats and, you know, the averages that they've been posting coming into tonight's finals night. And I think if you can just maintain a consistent average around about that kind of mid-90s, you know, early to mid-90s range, then you're in with a good shout.
43.
You know, obviously, the other person in this group is Johnny Haynes. Johnny Haynes will face Devon Peterson in the next Group 2 match.
140.
Yeah, he'll be an interested watcher here to see what type of Andreas and what type of Devon is turning up this evening. And to be fair, the averages through the week...
68.
See, he's been polishing those shots off.
103.
And they started to get away from him last night, and he cannot afford for too many more like that to happen again this evening. Because you're getting your BFH, your bus fare home, if that's the case.
Second leg, Devon Peterson.
Very similar there from what we saw in the opening match, really, between Usher and McKe. McKe just taking out those massive shots at the right time. Andreas squandering a couple of chances at the outer ring, and in pops Devon Peterson and leads 2-0.
I'm going to ask you a question here. Do you think that night on Thursday night and being so good can, like, just hang like a bit of a weight round your neck?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. I think one of the things that you may disagree, but when you've played that well and you've probably felt that good, you kind of try and remind yourself how you actually got to that position. So you think, well, okay, what did I do that day? You know, how did I feel? I'm very superstitious, so for me it would be like, oh, you know, what socks was I wearing? What did I eat for breakfast? All things that I know are completely irrelevant, but you still try and recreate that kind of feeling.
Because, of course, your lucky socks affect how your arm moves.
Absolutely.
And how you think. Because, you know, I suppose they could be quite tight around your ankles. But what I'm saying, I agree. I agree. What you put in your head, isn't it? Yeah. That's exactly what you're saying. It's what the dart player puts in their head. And for me, I think that Andreas, when he's played that well on Thursday,
60.
Everything else after that, if you're not doing that, must feel rubbish. And then you start thinking to yourself, hang on, I'm not doing it here. That's kind of what I think is going through his head.
100.
Yeah, perhaps. And if you're going to have one of those standout nights in terms of performances, it's wonderful whenever it happens. You can't predict when it's going to happen, but you want it to happen tonight. You want it on finals night more than anything else.
It's like lighting your Guy Fawkes bonfire 2 days early, isn't it? And it's gone by the time you get there and you need it. It's gone, and Peterson there with a 120 check really has come to the party.
Flag. It's Devon to throw first.
He said he had all the right bits in the right places. It was just throwing them at the right time. And I have to say, he's chosen wisely here.
140.
Yeah, you knew it would be a tough match. He's, as you mentioned earlier, played him a couple of times already this week, lost both of them, Devon Peterson, but 3-0 lead.
41.
And now you've got the advantage of throw, but I will say, you can see the stats there, 13, 18 and 15 darts, but it's the checkout percentage for me. 3 out of 3 on the outer ring, which includes the 103 and a 120.
Yeah, Devon is touching the ton on the averages, and Andreas 87. 7.5, and if we look at averages over the week, Devon ran an 89.66, and Andreas, even with those monster averages he was having, his weekly average is only 92.06, so there's not the gulf that you would believe between the two over the week.
66. Devon, you require 161.
No, but already an early chance. Perhaps one he doesn't have to take, but he does have a good lead. Sensibly, just looking to tee up. 81 left.
105.
And you could see Andreas in the background. He's just looking a bit, not quite sure where it's all kind of gone wrong, but staring down a 4-0 defeat and miles behind.
100. Devon, you require
Yeah, and he looks to be. I know
56.
Andreas doesn't react on anything, but he does look to be reacting dart for dart. And this is going to be a massive win for Peterson here. You can see that's a bit of tension in the arm there, but still one more.
36.
And he has time. Harrison is back on 213, and Peterson
60.
has
Devon, you require
rocked this
20.
group wide open. Harrison with no legs on the board. We said you don't want to be doing that at the start of the night.
No score. Andreas, you require 153.
Did mention previously, Devon Peterson has been perfect on the outer ring up to this point. He's missed 5 opportunities to see off this match, and I think he will be rather relieved not to see that 57 go in.
Devon, you require
Well, that'll be the wake-up
20.
call he needed, seeing that first 60 go in for Harrison. So it's double 10 again for Peterson. Down the barrel, surely.
Game shot.
Yes, he does
Over.
indeed.
Devon
That
Peterson.
is a massive 4-0 win, and probably an upset here in the second game this evening. You can see he salutes the crowd. The showman, as ever, Devon Peterson. That was a big match, and in he came and showed his mettle. Andreas, it's a 4-0 win for Peterson. Andreas down at 85-90. You don't see many of those from him. And Devon's averages went down to 91 with all those missed darts at a double. We head into a short break, and we'll be back on the other side with Richard McKe taking on Jim Mcewan.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. Scott Mitchell's joined us for a little chinwag here in the studio. With 2 games down on this Saturday night, this is what we've seen so far. Victories for Richard McKe and Devon Peterson in the opening couple of games. Let's go in chronological order then, Scott, and discuss what we have seen. And kick off with Richard McKe, who got the better of Graham Usher by 4 legs to 3. Perhaps the scoreline could have been a little bit more convincing in his favour, but this dream debut week of his continues.
It continues, and you sort of think, well, how is he going to play out there on the stage for his first time on a Saturday night final? Well, we saw how he played. He jumped straight up there and pokes out a 156. If that doesn't set you up on the big stage, nothing will.
Well, let's talk about the 156. We can see it on your screen now. That is some way to set your stall out for the night, isn't it?
Yeah, it was asking to be hit. It was just saying, hit me, and that's exactly what he did. And that sort of gave him a bit of a lift, and he got his tail up, didn't he? And then he started to make things difficult for Usher. But Usher had opportunities, and they'd gone begging, particularly in that last leg. It could have gone the other way around. You could see McKe there shaking his head, thinking, I've dodged a bullet there.
And I suppose now for Richard, he's in that position where you just keep it tight. He should be into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, we said at the top of the show that, you know, if you were going to get defeated in your first game, you don't really want to go down too heavily. 4-3, I think either way, both players would have been happy with that as a first game. So, yeah, he's by no means out of it, is Usher.
In terms of the other game, how good was Devon Peterson?
Now, look, we seen Andreas on Thursday sort of be untouchable, and that's sort of produced frailties for him, hasn't it, since then? And I think Devon came out with a really good mindset. He's jumped in with the 120 as well and got the momentum and the break of throw. And once he got in front, he just got a head of steam up and kept going, didn't he?
Jim Mcewan up next. Now, we spoke about how good Andreas Harrison was on Thursday, but Jim's been the player over both nights in Group B that put in the best numbers, that punched in the best stuff.
Yeah, I think he will be wanting to go out there and play his first game exactly the way that he's played all his group games. I mean, he's donned his cap a couple of times to people that have beat him with a better average, but he's been there and thereabouts, and I think that makes him very dangerous in the situation this evening, because consistency does get rewarded.
He's going to take on Richard McKe, who only needs 3 legs to make it through to the semi-finals. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Chucky. Jim, you must be so impressed with the way that you've played over the last couple of days in Group B.
Oh, yeah. Great to get here on the Saturday and coming off the back of Group B, playing so well. Yeah, brilliant.
There was so much to your game which was really impressive over the course of the 2 days. But in your mind, what was the facet of your play that stood out the most?
My doubles this time, because it's not usually. I'm known for heavy scoring. My doubles is not so good, but I've been finding them, so I'm happy with that.
That power scoring, that's felt like probably the best that we've seen you in this building power score for a little while now.
Oh, yeah. I said the other night, I've been through a bad patch lately, but it's coming together now and I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight.
Do you feel like confidence is really breeding confidence right now?
Yeah, winning over at the Isle of Man a couple of weeks ago has really got me going now. So I know it's only WDF, but you can only beat who's in front of you. But that gives you confidence, yeah.
4-ton plus averages over the course of the week. This is like the Jim McKe we saw dominating Southampton, isn't it?
Yeah, the game's there. It's always been there. It's just getting it out. As I said before as well, my shoulder's been giving me a lot of trouble lately, but it seems to be getting a bit better, so it's all good.
Into tonight, you know what it's like to win on a Saturday, but this is a tough field. But these are the types of challenges you relish, aren't they?
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, you seen Group B the other night there. Could you get any harder? I don't know. Yeah, but I always look forward to this on Saturday.
Well, we wish you all the very best, Jim. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
So, any win for Richard McKe here against Jim McEwan will qualify him for the semi-finals. If he loses 4-3, the only way he can be eliminated is via a 9-dart shootout. Jim McEwan, though, looking to get his campaign off to the perfect start. Let's hand back to Scott and Laura.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. And we go again, just when you think the excitement couldn't build any more. Richie McKe, who probably startled one or two most of the week, continued to do so in his opening match against Graham Usher. Was not favourite for that game at all, but got himself over the line. If he wins 3 legs in this one and goes down 4-3, I think he'll be guaranteed to go through. So his philosophy of winning legs is not a bad philosophy at all in this situation now. Jim McEwan, well, former series champion, really has been a pick of the numbers this week, and
First leg, it's
you know
Richard
that
to throw
he's going to be a
first.
different proposition here.
Game on.
But the advantage that McKe has is he now has the darts. He's won the tough game where he didn't have the darts. But does that not add the pressure
58.
to the situation by probably having the darts and feeling you have to hold them?
Yeah, I will say, from what I've seen of Richard McKe today and this week, he doesn't seem like one of those players that's particularly, doesn't seem to panic or flap under any kind of pressure. As Jim McEwan there just suffers a bit of a nasty bounce out, denying him the 180.
Yeah, well, I actually went in a treble 1. The hole is still there in the treble 1, so he didn't lose as many points as possibly he thinks he's lost in his head with that dart to floor.
134.
And once again, he continues along his way with another double treble visit.
100.
I think the one thing Jim McEwan possibly has learnt from that opening match is you can't really afford to give McKe too many chances at the outer ring. We saw those big finishes, the 156, the 106.
140.
But even the shorter range, like the 62, he was just all in and around it.
Yeah, and I suppose Jim's 2025 hasn't started as well as he'd hoped. He would like to slightly better one in the World Seniors at Circus Tavern, and I think he's gone away and worked on his game, because he really looks back to how brilliant he was back at tail end of 23 and start of 24. Really does look tidy.
Yeah, well, you think with Jim McEwan, obviously we say he's a Series 5 champion, and that was back in 2023, but actually hasn't picked up a weekly win since then. Wasn't able to go back, try and defend his title. But he's, like you say, he seems to just come back with that little bit more focus.
$15.
Yeah, moved along the oche there and
84.
didn't make the right adjustment. Threw the dart the same, but of course because he'd put himself a distance away. And Richard McKe comes in and mops up, and that's the kind of thing he's done all week. And I had a guy in our pub used to say to me, easiest thing to do, Scotty, is go and hit a double when your opponent is missed. But it's at this level, allowing your opponent to have a go and taking the risk, because 9 times out of 10 they don't miss.
108.
And the first maximum of the match goes the way of McEwan.
Yeah, it's his 20th. His 20th 180 of the week. And let's not forget, he was only in Group B in the short group as well.
$66.
It was a good adjustment with the second, but the third went a bit wild.
Really is best of order in here tonight, you can hear a pin drop.
Seeking out that treble 19 does guarantee that he'll come back and will be on a finish. We've seen the 160 taken out this week by Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, he did. Didn't know whether the second dart was in. Had to ask, stop, mess around, check his eyesight, and then pops one straight in the tops. That looks a perfect marker. He tried to use it, didn't he? But he just over-pitched.
140.
Good again, good adjustment with the last. Richard McKe way back on 208.
83. Jimmy required 20.
Jim will just want to seal off this leg, level it up at 1 apiece.
But he certainly won't want to give McKe another opportunity, will he?
$10.
Yeah, wrong side of the double in the end. And
125.
7 missed at the outer ring so far for Mcewan, and it's one of those shots again that McKee's got. Treble 20. He's not going to add the 125 to those tongue-topping finishes.
Jimmy required 10.
Looks like he's going straight for it. I like that dart a lot, and that's the reason why. Didn't panic, did he? Easiest thing to do there in that situation is panic your opponent.
Leg. It's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Has come and showed his hand. $100.
Yeah, that's the experience showing there from Jim Mcewan. Hasn't let all those missed doubles rattle him in any way, shape or form. But it is 8 at the outer ring, and it will become a cause of concern if it continues in that vein.
140.
We are only a couple of legs in, but it really is a good encounter. 94 average, 97 average, sorry, for Mcewan.
140.
96 average for McKe. Not only is this a good encounter, it is top quality as well.
What we have seen from the likes of McKe. Mcewan right now is probably playing to the form that we've pretty much seen from him all week, but McKe has really upped his levels. And he has to against someone like Jim.
Yeah, well, McKe, of all the players in tonight's final 6, was actually running the lowest average. And the lowest checkout stats as well. But we keep seeing him do those 84s. It's quite difficult to believe that he's got the lowest checkout stats of the 6 in this finals night.
It kind of goes back to what we said earlier, is that, darts is very much all on the day. We can look at all these stats and all these, look at the game between Harrison and Peterson, the last match.
99.
I don't think anyone would have predicted a 4-0 defeat for Harrison. Darts is all on the day, and things can happen. And they normally do.
They do in this building, that's for sure.
Yeah.
96.
One thing about this place that you can guarantee is expect the unexpected.
He's trying for treble 14, which would have left the top,
70.
so just has to settle with teeing up.
Require 90.
Just hope Jim can't convert this 90 checkout.
He'll go for the big 20 and just stay out the way of the other dart. It's bullseye now for Mcewan and a 2-1 lead.
65. Richard,
Not to be on this
32.
occasion. He can get by this. We've seen him do it all week.
Game shot on the third leg.
Used the
Richard
flight
McKe.
perfectly there. We've seen some deflections this week that have sent the darts 45 degrees sideways,
Fourth
but
leg,
that
it's
one
Jim to throw first.
was a massive help in deflecting it into the double 16. It was an 18 dart hole to throw, but he won't worry about how many darts it is.
43.
Bit that he's worried about, because he's already won, McKe, is putting the legs on his side of the scoreboard.
And I wonder, when you're here on debut, and we've heard Richard talk about the fact that, you know, he's here to win legs, then hopefully to go on and, you know, to win matches, and he's delighted with how he's played in his progress. At which point do you start believing that you're actually going to, because that's when your feelings can change, right?
Yeah, you're just hoping he comes to it and goes, do you know what? I'm playing all right. I can win this. You're just waiting for it, aren't you? Yeah. But you don't ever, you've been in that situation. You just remain humble because you're not 100% sure which you is turning up next. And there you go. It's good stuff from these guys. It is even Steven.
108.
Our crowd tonight really enjoying a 180.
Yeah, and you can hear, can't you, with the crowd as well. They're really invested in the matches. We're getting the oohs and the ahs when it's a close miss or a big finish.
Just that's 21 180s for Jim now in 9 matches.
$94. Richard, you require 170.
Not to go this time. He's decided that yesterday he was going for the ball with the last dart. Went the sensible route with the 34. Pressures this 44 of McEwan's. Or is he as cool as he looks, McEwan? Yes, he is.
Full flag, Jim McEwan.
That's kind of, yeah, young man, I'm going nowhere. Do you know who I am?
5th flag, it's
I've won here before,
first.
don't you know?
Game on.
I have the experience.
Yeah, but I will say kudos there for McKe, right behind him, ready to pounce if McEwan wasn't able to take out the 44.
I won a McEwan's tie once at a Bob Anderson exhibition back in 1988. I wonder if the family of the said establishment was
54.
A relation of Jim.
That's one of the most random things I think you've said, and you do say some random stuff, Scott.
Never think you're safe with me, Laura. Never think you're safe with me.
100.
Well, all I know is McEwan has been exported down to the south of England to throw some beautiful tungsten.
58.
Yeah, traveller's visit there by McKe. Really has opened the door here for McEwan, who's already in front with 3 darts in hand.
$98.
Good stuff from McEwan there. So McKe, if he manages to get to 3 legs, it will leave him in a position that the worst case scenario for him would be he'd be in a 9-dart shootout. But we've got to get him to 3 legs first. The ifs and ands and pots and pans
99.
we cannot be concerned of at this particular moment in time.
Yeah, and you could say the slightly more experienced campaigner, or those ones that like to work things out, will possibly would have been in a position to know. I'm not sure whether McKe knows that the 3 legs will kind of force at least a 9-dart shootout. I think he's just here going like leg, win, just win.
In my experience in this back room, there's always one person that thinks they know and they're trying to help you, when in fact by telling you they are not helping 64. You at all.
Richard, you
I agree.
104.
Yeah, looking to save his throw with another ton plus checkout, and it's double 12. The target once again. He's been deadly on double 12, and there goes the 104. 3-2. McKe now within 1 leg of the match. We always say it's about timing, and I will say these big finishes from McKe are perfectly timed.
Yeah, he's all but in the semi-final now. That's his 8th ton plus shot of the week, and 3 of those have been this evening. 156,
41.
106 and 104. You have to say the man must be in dreamland. It's a dream debut.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think anyone, especially on debut, would have really relished the idea of being in a group with Jim Mcewan, Series 5 champion, and Graham Usher, who's just runner-up at the World Seniors. That's a tough group.
140.
Now, I've got a dear friend in Northern Ireland, Martin Carver, and they play in the same team together, and Martin said, just keep an eye on the boy. He's a bit raw, but he's good.
60.
And he's absolutely spot on. And he said he's a real nice guy as well. And when we see people having good runs like this, it's always nicer when it's one of the good guys as well.
28.
Yeah, a bit of a roar and a grimace there by Chucky. Only finding 28 points.
$60.
No need to shake your head, Richard. You're doing just fine. McKeown's now settled himself down after that
108.
visit of 28, and our crowd here, like I said, enjoying a 180. If you want to get them on your side
60.
tonight,
Jimmy
just
require
start hitting that
112.
red bit, and lots of them.
Kieran just needs to lift it above, find the treble 20 bed, does. Double 16 to level us up at 3 apiece.
80.
That was close.
That was a width of a wire away, fatter points, and that would have been in.
100. Jimmy require 32.
You feel that should be a good guide for McEwen. Just has to slide it across the oche, try and get the right angle.
No score. Richard,
Just over adjusted, didn't he? And you feel that Jim knows that he needs to get to that third leg as well, don't you? But should McKe win 4-3, then
99. Jimmy
that's a
require
straight shootout
32.
between himself and Usher.
Still chasing around the board for the double. Now over to double 4, and he may be smiling, but I don't think he really means it. And there's
24.
more missed chances for Jim McEwen.
62.
And this is for the match for a 4-2 victory over Jim McEwen. It is Richard McKe. That win sees him through to the semi-finals. So one more match to see who will be joining him in Group 1 between Jim McEwen and Graham Usher. But it is that man there, Richard McKe, who takes his second victory of the evening. There you can see the averages, 88.5 for McKe and 90 for Jim McEwen. But 2 out of 18 on the outer ring just wasn't enough. Do join us next, because we've got Group 2 action between Devin Peterson and Johnny Haynes.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richard McKe booked his place through to the semi-finals, courtesy of a 4-2 victory against Jim Mcewan. So it means that Mcewan and Usher are going to have to go head-to-head now in the final game of their group to make it into the semi-finals later on this evening. As for Devon Peterson, well, he could get the job done here in just a couple of moments' time. He needs a solitary leg to book his place into the Final Four. He takes on Johnny Haynes, the man from Swindon. His first assignment of the night is the man from South Africa, and earlier on this evening I caught up with him. Johnny, back at the Super Series and kind of back doing what you do best, isn't it? Picking up wins and getting through to a Saturday.
Yeah, scraping through again. Tied points, but that's the way it goes. If it be doubles, I threw a lot of games away, legs away.
Is that the key tonight, just being a little bit sharp? Because your scoring prowess was very much there, wasn't it?
Yeah, scoring's all right. It's just getting the edge on the doubles.
So I suppose that would be your assessment of the week in terms of scoring. You're more than happy, but is it a case of you just need those doubles to go in, particularly when you look at the people that are around you in that group?
Yeah, tonight they've got to go in. If they don't go in, I'll get smashed. If they go in, I'll smash them.
How much are you embracing tonight? Because this is a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a hard one. The amount of players, the players that are here, it's just going to be really hard.
But you're a man who's won here before. I know it was a little while since you picked up your weekly win, but you know what it's like to be in the winners' enclosure.
Yeah, and I'm going to go for it again.
Forever confident.
Yeah, no, we've got to be in you.
And for you as well, we've seen you win before, but how much would a second title here mean for you? Would it also put you maybe in another category as a player?
Yeah, it'd be brilliant. Yeah, because I'm getting old now, so I ain't got long left playing darts.
Just take the wins as they come.
But take the youngins. The youngins still can't beat me.
You want to teach them a lesson, don't you?
Yeah, try.
Well, go well tonight. Wish you all the very best. Johnny, good luck.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, Henry.
For win number 2, another one of them. Double top to do it in style. Absolutely fantastic.
On the second leg, Johnny Haynes.
Wish you were here. Oh, Lorenzo. Should have been here tonight, shouldn't you? Well, they're certainly having some fun here, aren't they, at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? And you can have some fun on a Saturday evening as well by heading to dartshop.tv. But it's Peterson and Haynes, game number 4 with Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, Lorenzo, you could have met the infamous Henry Deacon had you have been here. I could have probably sneaked you his autograph as well. So, Devon Peterson in shot, 38-year-old from Cape Town, who had a fantastic opening game of the group, beating Andreas Harrison 4-0. And that leaves him in a position where he takes the man on from Swindon, Johnny Haynes. 60 years old. Is that how long I've known him? Wow. He now knows, does Peterson, that a solitary leg will be enough for him to find himself in the semi-finals, and it would be job done.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
For the group stages.
First
but for me, don't rule out Johnny Haynes here. The man from Swindon has vast experience and one that has not just been around the circuit a little while, he's been around all the local comps and stuff and turning up with a bunch from Swindon, and that's been going on for many years now, and he's got much experience in very similar situations to this.
Yeah, I remember seeing Johnny, as you mentioned, on many a local tournament, ones we used to run as well, kind of all across the south of the country and all over, really. As you say, it was interesting to hear him speak as well, because you know, he is hungry for it. He still wants, you know, despite the years of playing, he still wants to get his hands on that prize, get a place in Champions Week.
140.
Well, I think there's a certain element when you know it's going to be tough, that it sort of makes you concentrate a little more, and you know that you can't afford a mistake. So because you're telling yourself that in your head, you don't generally make the mistakes then.
100.
No, and I wonder how much Johnny has taken from that opening match, because obviously Peterson dispatched of Andreas Harrison, who came into tonight as the favourite. And he's dispatched of him.
Devon, you require
It wasn't a close result, it was 4-0.
And to be fair, if you were Johnny Haynes, you wouldn't have minded if that went either way, 4-0. The nil was the bit that was on your side.
No, absolutely.
58. Devon, you require 16.
Well, this could be the leg that secures Devon Peterson a place in the semi-final, and it is. He'll still be going for that win. He'll want to win every single match, but Devon Peterson is
Second
through.
leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
And now we're going to see him throw with a bit of freedom, because Devon's one of those players that will know that that's all he needed.
Yeah, he's that person in the back room that tells you exactly what points you need and how many legs and where everyone is, I imagine.
Oh, you spotted who I labelled. Oh, you're so clever.
42.
You should get commentary and pundit work on another channel, you know. You're that good.
Oh, thanks, Scott.
100. 80.
Yeah, it's great hearing those responses from the crowd as well. As I say, really engaged in these matches tonight, the oohs and the ahs.
41.
I was at a local dart shop here to Portsmouth this afternoon, because I'd not been to it and had a look around, and wow, the interest there. You know, it was so busy for a couple of hours just after lunch this afternoon. It's definitely the little effect. Little effect is just hitting a darting nation, and most of them were dads in there with their kids, and the kids wanting darts.
Did you recommend any Scott Mitchell merch whilst you're in there?
No, they were fresh out of Fluffy Dogs on pink leads, so no, we didn't have a lot to offer, but yeah, no, it was great. There were first-time players in there that were just buying a board, and they were going to put one up in the garage. It was from every scope, from an experienced player that was playing in leagues coming in and getting their bits and pieces to just genuine novices. I said to one guy, he's trying to pick a set of darts, when did you start playing? He said, last week. It was like that.
Oh, that's brilliant. Honestly, it's one of the most accessible sports.
Game shot,
and that's Johnny Haynes making it one apiece between the pair. Because when I say accessible, it is one of those things that you can just put up a board, get any set of darts when you're starting off, and just throw. And then a lot of people, you just fall in love with the game, and you can build it off the back of that.
Yeah, the new guy, I said, where are you going to put it up, in your kitchen or whatever? And he said, no, I won't be allowed to have it in the house. I'm going to put it on my van door, on the back of my van, and I'm going to use it outside. And I said, well, that's great. Yeah, I wouldn't buy too expensive of darts if you're going to be doing that out on your driveway. He said, oh, no. So use my van for work. He said, I'll be doing it at lunchtime, so I'm going to get better than my mates.
40.
This is addictive.
Yeah, I love it, absolutely. Just don't do it on a windy day. They'll be going everywhere.
I did advise people today that they should come down here to the Live Lounge just up the road and experience a Saturday night. I mentioned a couple of players that were here tonight. They all knew who they were, so I said, you're missing out. You should have been there tonight. So hopefully that will make them keep an eye on Pluto TV and the Super Series as a whole. Get some new audience.
Devon chasing down that second treble, which he finds. 1-2-1 after 12. Knows he'll be back for a chance to go 2-1 up on Johnny Haynes.
100. Devon, you require.
Yeah, Haynes maybe could have gone for the bullseye there with the last dart, but it's gone treble 11 as well, full ball, but it's bullseye now for Peterson. Doesn't go, but sometimes you see people just lay up a little bit and go, look, I've got to get a dart at the ball. Tops for Johnny Haynes.
81.
Right on the wire. Gesticulating that it should have went a bit higher. Left side of the board that. He likes that 8s and 16s route. You can see the man,
Fourth flag,
South African from Bradford,
Game on.
is popular with the crowd in here tonight.
96.
He was always such a big personality on the PDC tour as well, wasn't he? He was one of those players. He had his moves. He had his he kind of had that brand kind of awareness to build upon as well. Everyone, he was so popular on the PDC tour.
He was the first one on the PDC to do those dance moves, wasn't he? Unless you call that Peter Manley waddle thing that he used to do a dance. I'm not so sure I do. That was like a fellow with a newsagent happy when the
43.
Evening Echo turns up, when it just to waddle on out and pick up the papers. But yeah, he was the first one that sought that razzmatazz type thing, didn't he? Unless you count Bob Anderson with the horse.
Bob Anderson and the horse was impressive, especially when you consider that Bob Anderson was extremely scared of horses.
Well, I would have been in that closed space. You know horses, I know horses.
Yeah, absolutely.
What lunatic would have come up with the idea of putting a horse in there?
60.
I'm not sure, but I'm relatively confident it probably wasn't Bob, but he went along with it anyway.
Yeah, it's funny what you do when you get told, isn't it?
140.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting walk-ons, haven't we, over the years? Something that's kind of developed. The other one that always kind of lives in my mind is John Part when he kind of walked on with stormtroopers.
Devon, you require 97.
And knowing John Part, he hadn't even seen a Star Wars movie in his life.
Knowing John Part, that was his idea.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
87. Johnny, you require 105.
So Dev misses a chance to go 3-1. Johnny Haynes starts down the bottom. 86. Not going to go on this occasion.
52. Devon, you require 10. Game shot on the fourth leg. Devon Peterson.
As you can hear, the little man at the front, he's a massive Devon Peterson fan.
Fifth leg, it's Devon to throw first.
Off his seat, cheering Dev.
Game on.
Devon knew that it was his throw there and was waiting for Johnny to throw. Johnny did not know that it wasn't his throw, so didn't know to get out of the way, and we had a bit of a stalemate there for a second.
But it's not a bad tactic. Just block your opponent from getting to the hockey.
It's not a bad tactic if you knew it wasn't your throw, but I'm not sure he did.
60.
All right, Mush.
140.
It's good to see the young fans in enjoying the darts.
55.
He's enjoying himself. His little moment of limelight on the telly box, live on Pluto TV.
100.
There's another one.
And I think that's the Devon Peterson fan you were referring to earlier.
Absolutely. He's jumping up and down.
But it's great, isn't it? Darts has just got this universal appeal at the moment. It's just any age, just regardless, people just come down to enjoy the sport of darts. We've been telling people about it for ages, but it's nice that they're all starting to listen now.
Yeah, they are listening indeed. And
140. Johnny, you require 40.
Johnny Haynes here to stay in the game.
On the fifth leg, Johnny Haynes.
60 years old, you've hit one or two of those, haven't you, in your career? He knows what that feels like. He's still in the match, and it's his throw now. Will he take a bit of momentum from winning that leg? And I'm going to say yes, he is, because I've just seen him hit 2 treble 20s before I managed to get the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, I imagine if you've had a career like Johnny Haynes, I mean, there's not much you haven't done. He's been in the PDC World Championships. He's been in the WDF World Championships, UK Open. He's been playing on Euro Tour, had that tour card. He's just, he's done a bit of everything. Hasn't had the dizzy heights that some of the players have, but just consistent and a solid performer.
He's been around a long time. He's on his 3rd generation camouflage cargo pants from when we first met him.
Yeah, I always associate him with kind of shorts as well. One of those players that goes to the local comps and, like you say,
100.
don't normally see him in black trousers unless he's here and he has to.
Yeah, he doesn't go around in shorts in the winter, though. He's not totally stupid.
First max of the match, and it goes the way of Peterson. He's really piled on the pressure of this 1-2-1 for Haynes. With his ball for 3 apiece. Oh, and a perfectly found bullseye in the end for Johnny Haynes. 3 apiece. We are down to a one-leg shootout.
7th and final leg. It's Devon to throw first.
That is super darts from Johnny Haynes, the man from Swindon. 4-ton plus shots for the week for him, and
100.
remember, he had that high shot of 160 in the group stages, but the downside for him here, he's against the darts, and you really got to go off strong against the darts if you're going to turn it round.
140.
Johnny Haynes there still battling away, trying to keep in touch with Devon Peterson.
$140.
1-2-1 after 9 from Peterson. You have to say, timing, moments, you name it. He's had it in this leg. Couldn't have picked a better time. You've just now got to finish it off. Where do you go from here? 81.
90.
I know what he was doing there. A 25 would have left him a nice little 2-darter. So I understand why he's done what he's done with Haynes back on 220. Good board management from Peterson.
Yeah, just a slight pause here. Bit of a technical reset. It's nice to see the pair of them are still having a bit of a laugh up there. And that's one of the things that you do get in the back room, isn't it? That camaraderie when you've been playing with players throughout the week.
Yeah, and like you say, other players would have let that frustrate them.
60.
Two very experienced players.
31.
Yeah, let themselves have a giggle at the time. So 8-8, which he's already hit once. He's got to go across the 4s.
23.
Well, Johnny Haynes has hit this week, but
160.
I think this would mean so much more if he could find it again. Same target, but drops into the 1. More chances on the horizon for Peterson.
Yeah, the first one was saying, come hit me, and he didn't quite do that. But it's Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson
wins it 4-3 over Johnny Haynes. A really good contest between the two there. Devon salutes his massive... The crowd out there. Oh, he's doing autographs now as well for the young man. Well, he should. That young fella's been jumping up and down for you, Dev, all evening. Well done, my friend. Lovely to see. Appreciative of the fans coming in and seeing tonight. It's a 4-3 win in the favour of Devon Peterson. 92.94 for him. He'll be pleased with that. That's a couple of 90 averages for him in the group stage. Johnny Haynes lives to fight another day. And after the break, we will be back with Jim McKewan versus Graham Usher.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Right, welcome back to the Modus Super Series of 4 games down. This is what we have seen so far. McKe is through, as is Devon Peterson. 2 wins from 2 from him means the match between Johnny Haynes and Andreas Harrison in match number 6 is a straight shootout, as is this one here, as Jim Mcewan and Graham Usher go toe-to-toe, because the debutant Richard McKe has booked his place in the final 4. But the question is, who is going to join him? Let's find out then in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, this is what we like. This is straightforward permutations here. This is a winner takes all in terms of who goes through to the semi-final. It was Graham Usher who kicked off proceedings against McKe and lost 4-3. Narrow defeat there. And it was a 4-2 loss for Jim Mcewan against McKe as well. So these two, everything still to play for, but only one of them can go through. And I think going into proceedings, most people would have predicted that these two were the ones that were going to emerge from the group and make it into the semis. But it's Richard McKe who has really upset the apple cart, so to speak. And now these two have to face it off against each other. It's their first meeting in this Super Series. They have played each other, but it was way back in 2022. And it was Mcewan who had the upper hand. Played 5 times and Mcewan won 4 of them. But there's been a lot of time in between now and then. And I think Graham Usher is
First
a very
leg,
different
Jim
player.
To throw first. Game on.
And Jack Garwood there just kicking off proceedings. And for Jim Mcewan, this element of his game was not a real issue, as he kicks us off with a maximum. Scoring wasn't a problem. He was running away with certain legs, but his finishing,
95.
that proved to be the issue in the end. He was 2 from 18. He was around about like the 11% in terms of finishing. That's the element that needs to improve here against Usher.
Yeah, and I know 11% isn't good because that was like some of my exam
6.
results. So that's why he's got to sharpen up on those. And this isn't a game that we were expecting to see for a straight shootout to who went through. It really wasn't.
No, a wealth of experience between the pair of them.
92.
For me, it's just about who's just got that extra edge, who can time things perfectly.
137.
McEwan left himself 169, so all he can do is tee up and hope that he gets a chance to come back. Left himself on double 15 if he does, but 129, treble 20 would leave the ball here.
64. Jim, you require 30. Game shot on the
No
first
problem
leg.
there with the
Jim
doubling.
McKe.
Double 15 found first start of asking.
Yeah, and you'd say,
Second
like you said,
leg, it's Graham to the row
he's
first.
had more problem with the more favoured doubles. That's kind of an obscure double 15, and he's popped it out like it's not there. It's just, yeah, incredible, really. But I think that there was a certain amount of pressure on that game for Jim.
140.
For Richard, where he'd won the first game against Graham, a little bit fortunately, but he still won it. There was an element of freedom for him to play, you know, without too many nerves against Jim McEwan. And for him, it was kind of all or nothing. He knew that he had a really good opportunity to put himself in the
121.
front seat had he won that game.
Yeah, I think the likes of Jim McEwan as well. He's obviously another player that's been
81.
quite prevalent on the World Seniors. As we mentioned before, Graham Usher was runner-up in the most recent tournament, and he'll be more than aware of, I think they'll both be more aware of what each other's capabilities are. So when Jim came up after seeing Usher lose, it was a real opportunity for him to kind of put one foot at least into the semi-finals.
100. Jim, you require 140.
So minimum requirement here is a ton. He really needs to pressure this 80 of Usher.
55.
And he's a touch unfortunate. Bit of lateral drift there.
Game shot on the second leg.
Double 10. Statistically, easy for me to say, the favourite double for a left-hander.
Third leg, it's Jim
With
to the row
that in
first.
mind, that means that double 16 should be the favourite for a right-hander. And I can tell you, it's not mine.
Oh, I do like a double 16. To be fair, I like any double that goes in, and I mean that's happening less and less frequently anyway. But you can just see those stats just as they come off the board. Average-wise, these two playing very, very well. That last leg, 1 in 14 darts by Usher.
I've got to admit, you know, the doubles you hit, it doesn't matter which one. When the bank account increases a little bit by Wednesday or Thursday of that week, yeah, they're the ones I like as well.
$83.
And you feel that this could have a tentative air to it, but looking at those averages,
100.
it really hasn't. Usher hanging around on a 114. And Jim McEwan being Jim McEwan, like high 90s, early 100s. He's on 102 as we
57.
currently sit. So
But that's what you want to be able to do, isn't it? Things like that, leave it all out on the hockey. You've still got everything to play for. You just want to produce your best at the right time. And I will say, after losing the opening leg, Graham Usher hasn't really looked back so far.
160.
oh, that is superb from McEwan.
41. Game shot.
And then turn again, Usher. 11 dart, break of throw.
Fourth flag, it's Graham to the row
Look
first.
at these averages, Laura. Look at these averages. Where do you go and find these averages?
Yeah, very, very solid stuff. More than solid stuff. The fact that you can hit a ton at this point and it'll bring your average down. It's, as I say, leaving everything up there on the hockey. That's all you can ask of yourself, because one of these two will be disappointed. They will be going home after this match.
85.
Look at these two 17-year-olds doing these averages. It's a young man's game, isn't it? That's what we're led to believe.
No, it's an every age game. That's what I love about it. Any age can take part. But to remain competitive for the amount of times that these guys have, and actually what you're seeing is the likes of someone like Derek Coulson, who's actually getting better as time goes on as well.
So I'm going to throw the spanner in the works here. Why can't a young man learn from these guys? You need these guys still to be about for the youngsters to learn it. I think it's just brilliant. I love the game. I just love it. I love the way it works.
50
There's no other sport like it.
No, there really isn't. There really isn't. And great to see so many people down here tonight at the Live Lounge, just soaking up the atmosphere, enjoying some quality hours.
139.
Yeah, we want people to come here and enjoy the atmosphere. We even put foam on some of the seats.
My daughter made a comment. My daughter's here again tonight, but she sat down and watched her dad last week, and she thought it was going to be a hard bench. She was very impressed by the foam. She said it was comfy.
Hey, the Live Lounge is built for darts. And its followers, look at this. We've already had a 156 tonight.
120.
Not to be this time.
Graham, you require 126.
Oh, this is on now. This is on now. Bullseye.
Oh,
we are seeing ton shot after ton shot this evening. We told you the top of the show this was going to be special. You stay with us here on Pluto TV. If you want top quality live darts, we're going to give it to you.
Yeah, the reaction from Jim Mcewan when that went in told you pretty much everything you needed to know. He was sat there ready to pounce on 36, just missing the 156 to level things up. It's such a big swing leg. The difference between 2 apiece, and now it's 3-1 to Usher. It's huge, and Usher's most definitely got the bit between his teeth.
And look at the doubling stats. 3 from 3 for Usher, and Jim has only missed 1, and that was on the 156 finish. This is some standard. This is some quality.
100.
Yeah, I know I mentioned McKewan 2 from 18, but to be fair, Usher was 3 from 19. Both of them had their struggles in their opening matches on the outer ring, but none of that here.
Yeah, Usher's highest shot out this week so far is 130, but I don't think he had any as important as that 126. Timing was everything.
96.
Taking the moment and owning it is what he did there, and that was his 5th ton plus shot of the week, and what a time.
140.
It's massive, isn't it? Because obviously it puts you within 1, but it also breaks your opponent's heart, who's just narrowly missed the big checkout, thinks, oh, I might be back. 126 is not a given. Yeah, when you see that ball go in, and it was perfectly in the centre as well from Graham Usher. Yeah, it's just
81.
And that's now the reaction you're getting from Jim Mcewan.
Yeah, well, anywhere else, and he'd have been fine. Maybe smart money would have been to head somewhere else with that last dart, but it was going through his mind as he threw it, and that's what caused him the problem.
Yeah, we do see it often. It's just picking a route, sticking to the route, no hesitation.
140.
It's a great response after the disappointment of leaving it, but it's Usher with a match-winning opportunity here. Single 20 leaves tops for the match for 4-1.
Game shot.
And it is Graham Usher who does defeat Jim Mcewan by 4 legs to 1. Really was a tip-top performance from Usher. 109 average. Jim Mcewan wasn't very far behind, but it is Graham Usher that joins Richard McKe through to the semi-final stages. That is Group 1 all done. And there you can see confirmation of those averages and those checkout percentages. Absolutely fabulous from both players. But it's Chucky that is making his way home. Our last game of Group 2 coming up next between Johnny Haynes and Andreas Harrison.
$54. Charlie McKe, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McKe, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become
back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Plenty coming up here on Pluto TV once the live darts has been completed. Once we're done, you can look at the story of Gary Anderson as we delve back into the career of the two-time world champion. Plenty of Luke Littler content for you. 3 programs back to back to back from 2 p.m. tomorrow. The live darts will be back on Monday morning. That's from 9:30. And as you can see in your picture there, Mervyn King is the big name debutant. We'll be seeing Kim for the first time. Steve West is back. He's actually popped into the building tonight to have a little bit of a look at the surroundings once again. And then we'll have the next of our influencer events. That's on the 11th of May. That's live here on Pluto TV. Our final game of the group sees Johnny Haynes chalking up his darts and looking in decent nick. There's never been an issue with his scoring. Maybe at times it's been the finishing that's been his problem. He takes on Andreas Harrison, who was the favourite at the beginning of the night, lost 4-0 to Devon Peterson. His opener, it's effectively a quarter-final in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, nice and easy for us this evening. Straight shootouts, that's what we like to see. Nobody having to take the shoes and socks off to get the countbacks right. For Andreas, he'll probably be feeling it's a long, long wait since that early defeat to be able to try and do something about it. And he'll be feeling that the night has been passing him by, I would have think, sat out the back watching all the other action or trying to ignore it. I would think he would do. And of course,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Johnny was only just
First
on
leg,
one game
it's
ago,
Johnny
and he
to throw
was
first.
in a bit of a
Game
cliffhanger
on.
with Devon Peterson. So you would feel on momentum, and Johnny having the darts, he is probably slight favourite here.
Yeah, but we saw it in that previous match. I think Jim McEwan and Usher probably both underperformed, especially when it came to the doubles against Richard McKe. Left it all out there in the end, and it wouldn't surprise me here if Harrison just comes back and just absolutely throws everything at Johnny Haynes. Johnny Haynes has got it well within his armoury to deal with it, but everything's got to click at the right time.
I have to say, Andreas Harrison is like an old
41.
Volvo, the Swedish car. You can never write him off.
$60.
Yeah, but met Andreas Harrison on many an occasion, travelling around on the WDF tour. It always seems to be over there, Denmark, Sweden. But I really feel that where he's come alive and come into his best starts has been here at the Modus Super Series. He was actually one of the ones that I was surprised didn't pick up a tour card.
Look, I think that's been hanging round his neck like a broken medal. You know, I think everybody's asking him the same question, and it's one of those. I think he's just fed up with answering it. I think, you know, particularly after Thursday and the performance he put in.
100. Andreas, you
You're
require
looking at everybody else that went and got a card from that European sort of Q score and think, how was there that many more better than him there? And
99.
It's just one of those.
Johnny,
maybe that he likes coming here and he's here on his own and he can concentrate and he's, you know, not got other teammates here or whatever, and he's just him and his thoughts and himself, and he manages to get himself in the right place. This is where his problems have been.
Game shot on the first leg.
This doubling luck is where it's gone wrong for him last night and earlier on this evening.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
I mean, obviously, you've been to Q School. I did have one attempt at it myself a few years back, and it's just, some of it is just based so much on luck of the draw. You can have that kind of run. Obviously, cream does rise to the top in the end, but it is just trying to avoid some of those top level players early on. The clashes at Q School can be brutal.
They can be, but I think for a lower level player at Q School to play a top level player, they're not thinking about the whole scenario of Q School. They're not thinking about the whole debacle of where they go. They're looking at you going, I've got to beat you, and I've seen you on the telly, and I'm going to make a name for myself. And if I don't go home with the card, I'm going to tell blah, 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 whoever, I beat a former world master, world champion, PDC tour card holder, whatever it is. It is a tough, tough place. But at the same time, those that come off the tour and have been around a few years, I think we have a place there to find out whether the new ones are the real deal. If they can get you, there's a sort of like a double-edged sword to it for me, and I think the older players still have a place.
81. Johnny, you require 121.
Andreas Harrison just rescuing that throw with the last start there, finds the treble, but it's Johnny Haynes. He's hit the 1-2-1 already.
84.
Couldn't quite replicate it, and there is a long-range chance here for Harrison.
These weren't long range for him the other night. These were all doable.
Johnny, you require 37.
And every time he left one, you thought it's going to go.
Game shot on the second leg. Johnny Haynes.
Ironically, Hainesy generally will split
Third leg,
double five unless he's just got the one dart in his hand. Hainesy breaks back, so we've got 2 breaks of throw.
83.
It's now a best of 5 match, and we are none the wiser to who's going to progress through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, Johnny breaking back there in 15 darts. And as you say, that match between Usher and McKewan, that had fireworks, that had everything. You think Jim McKewan is going home. He's had a 90 average, and he's had a 103 average, and no points to his name.
$140. $60.
Yeah, Haynes not happy. Could only find 3 single 20s, so opens up the door a bit here for Andreas Harrison. We could be seeing our 3rd consecutive break of throw.
140.
1-2-1 keeps rearing its head, doesn't it, tonight on the scoreboard?
40. Andreas, you require 121.
Yeah, double 16 for a 1-2-1 finish is a different route, but it's the same outcome. Andreas Harrison, 2-1 to the good, and that is 3 breaks to throw in a row.
4th flag, it's Andreas.
The 1-6-1 earlier in the week, which has been the highest shot, but I don't even think at that point it was as important as that 1-2-1 was for him there as a breaker throw, but now he's got to try and hold his own throw. Haynes, he's got to try and break again. This really is an intriguing matchup.
100.
And you kind of wonder if that was just the kick, the spark that Andreas Harrison needed up to this match. Obviously hadn't won a leg in his opener against Devon Peterson.
100.
Down. Is that Magnum in tonight?
$140.
Harrison backing up that ton with a 140 visit there. And again,
49.
This time you feel he's very much in control on his own throat.
$140.
Super last start as well from Harrison. It's
$44. Andreas, you require 61.
It would have been easier for him to hit a 1 than hit the treble 20 from where those darts were for Harrison. Here he goes again. Is he finding his mojo? And the answer is yes. Massively important. 61 and a holder throw.
Fifth flag. It's Johnny to the row first. Game on.
Harrison now averaging just a smidge under 98.
26.
And that 61 has put an awful lot of pressure on Johnny Haynes, and finally he's possibly succumbed to it with that first throw and offered a bit of daylight to Harrison.
6.
And he knows it was an opportunity, and he himself goes troubleless.
Yeah, they're the ones where you think, right, just make sure one treble, two trebles, absolutely pile it in right now.
It's big inhales, isn't it? It's deep breaths, slowly letting them out, and then going, come on, son, you can do this.
83.
And once you do that, you're thinking of the moment.
Crowd getting lively, egging on Johnny Haynes. There's just a few loose ones we're still seeing from Harrison. I'm sure more than he'd be happy to see.
145.
Haynes, he's just not going away, is he?
$108.
For Noah's Andreas.
Johnny, you require 130.
First maximum of the match, but could it all be academic? Ball is the target and misses by a fraction.
Andreas, you require 98.
That was definitely by a whisker. Treble 18. Johnny Haynes is going to get back and have a chance at 25 to prolong this match. Generally goes 17. Double 4. One last at it.
21.
Oh, he's gone inside
Andreas,
too far.
You require 40.
All in the hands of Andreas Harrison.
Can he use that as a guide? Goes under double 10 for the match. And double 10 is found, and it is a 4-1 victory for Andreas Harrison over Johnny Haynes. Was comfortable in the end for the man from Sweden, and he does find himself into the semi-finals. Was in a bit of a sticky predicament to start off the night, but finishes off well, finds himself through, and there's the averages. It's 9 on a 95 there for Harrison, but 4 from 8 on the outer ring, including that 1-2-1. So we're just going to take a short break before we come back to you with the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group games have been completed on this Saturday night. Before the break, Andreas Harrison won a knockout match against Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 1. So Harrison in despite losing 4-0 to Devon Peterson, his opener. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we saw Graham Usher win a match against Jim McKe, which is also knockout in Group 1. So the semi-finals have been confirmed. Richard McKe will take on Andreas Harrison. Devon Peterson will take on Graham Usher. And we've been watching all of the action in the company of Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell, who have had plenty of fun in the Commentary Box series. It's been a good night so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, hasn't it? It's kind of lived up to expectations, but we've also had like those surprises. I think, you know, the group that Richard McKee's found himself in with Usher and Mcewan, you would have expected, you know, the 2 experienced players to come through, but McKe on debut, yeah, he's been very, very solid.
Well, let's talk about Richard McKe, because he set his stall out, didn't he, right from the get-go in that opening match against Graham?
Yeah, he did, and I think the best thing he could have done to have settled himself down was that 156. And you think, hey, what's this Saturday night all about? They're all saying it's difficult. Pops up, it's a 156 first leg, and it just settled him down totally, and he just got into it. But he just looks one of those that doesn't get overexcited about anything, and he's still able to concentrate on his own game without the hullabaloo of the whole situation taking over him.
He built up a lead, Graham comes back, and then he has match darts himself.
Yeah, it was tight. It really was a tight opening match. And you expected it from Graham, but Graham really did struggle on the outer ring against McKe. And McKe was just there each time to punish. Took a couple of big finishes, as Scott mentioned, but he was there in the end. You know, you see the shake of the head because it was that close. But he survived the match darts and, yeah, finds himself in the semis.
There seems to be a sense of disbelief from him as to what he's achieving this week. Not even he expected to get this far.
No, I think what happens is when you come for the first time, you know, there would have been a little bit about things back home, particularly after the first day he had. The attention is now on him from this little town where he's from. And they support their own. And when you're new coming through, that adds pressure. You're their boy. And he's dealing with it really, really well so far.
Graham Usher lost that opening match, but fair to say he responded against Jim McKe in his...
Yeah, you could say he recovered quite well from the disappointment of defeat. Yeah, no, it was a brilliant game, wasn't it? It was great from both of them. You know, Jim McKe in defeat with 103 average, but just didn't get much of a look in. It was all about Graham Usher and nigh on 100, I think it was 109 point something that he managed to find and get across the line. But I think both players could look back on it. Jim will be disappointed, but they left everything out there up on the oche.
It was every facet of his game, wasn't it? We saw some good legs. We also saw some good finishing. The 1-2-6, perhaps the highlight of that. Every single part of Graham's game was just on point here.
Yeah, it does take 2 to tango, and Jim had to play his part in that game to make Graham play like that. He knew that if he dropped off that, Jim would be there with him. It was an enchanting encounter, and it just sums up what a finals night here at the Super Series is all about.
Is there a fear of a player like Graham Usher? Once he plays himself into that kind of form, it could be very hard for the rest of the field to compete.
Absolutely, but I think you could say that about most of the players that are still in tonight, because obviously we still haven't seen the best from like Andreas Harrison, but we've definitely seen levels now from Graham Usher that the rest of the field will go, oh, okay, he's warmed up to the task now. You know, it was a bit wobbly in the first match, but yeah, he's recovered from his couple of days off and he's here to do some damage.
We said if Jim McKe played anywhere near his type, then he'd have a chance tonight. He did, and he just ran into one, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he was, like I say, a solid performer. He just didn't all click. And again, it was early troubles with the doubles against McKe, and then just got outplayed by Graham Usher. And I think most players, you know, would actually struggle against that barrage of scoring and finishing.
Looking at Group 2, Devon Peterson's won both of his matches, particularly in the game against Andreas. How pleased have you been? How impressed have you been with Devon tonight?
The game with Andreas, he bossed it, not just on the board, but I think he mentally bossed that game. He came out with a fire in the belly, and again, he started hitting those 120s. And when you start hitting those, you start to believe that the trophy's yours and you're taking it home. You start believing your own hype. I just think he was outstanding in that first game. It was easy with the week that he's had, and he didn't quite come through Group A to let all the disappointments get on top of him. He didn't. He came out. Saturday night is the night to perform, and that's exactly what he did in that first game.
And particularly with Devon, look, we know how he analyses the game, perhaps in a way that no other player does. So when he's feeling in the mood, is it sometimes what Devon sees from Devon, which is sometimes how we assess how he plays and the results that he gets as a consequence?
Yeah, like you say, he approaches the game very differently to a lot of other players, doesn't he? So I think, if he's feeling good, which I presume he is because he's playing very well, yeah, that's when we're going to see the best from him.
Now, we know Devon's quite popular with the fans, but this is some way to get an autograph off of someone. This was after his game against Johnny Haynes, where he signed somebody's arm. It's fair to say that Devon Peterson has given somebody a bit of ink tonight, hasn't he? I don't know whether that bloke's going to go to the tattoo parlour or not. I don't actually know. What do you do with a signed arm?
Well, I don't know. I haven't had one myself, I'll be honest. But I mean, that's some dedication to the sport and the kind of, being that fan of darts. If you go and get it all tattooed up, I'm not sure I would be doing the same thing.
I don't think I've ever asked that question before.
We probably won't again either.
Well, it's me. Anything can happen. Let's move on. Let's talk about the other qualifier for the group, Andreas Harrison. Now, isn't playing at his best, but he's still here.
Yeah, we actually looked at each other when we left the commentary box to come in here, and that is exactly where we feel. We feel that he hasn't played his best. He's still in it, and that was marked improvement, that last game, on what we've seen last night and the first game. So I'm wondering, has he found his mojo again?
But he has moments like this. Didn't have to take out the 1-2-1, but takes it out beautifully, doesn't he, Laura?
Yeah, he did. It was really good. And by going that route as well, he's ensured he's not going to leave himself on the ball. He's going to start on the ball, finds 71 left, leaves himself on 32. And it was just, it was a much more rounded, solid performance in that second match. And it was more important, ultimately, because it was a winner takes all.
And even got a kiss of approval from Devon's mate, didn't it? In terms of Johnny, how do you think he'll be feeling tonight?
I think he knew when he spoke to you that it was going to be he was going to have to play somewhere very near his best tonight to make the semi-finals. There was a couple of legs he just wasn't quite on it. He competed, there's no two ways about that. But I just don't think he had the luck on his side this evening. Another evening, he may have come out of that group, but tonight it wasn't to be.
Well, the race to Champions Week is beginning to build. A former champion is into the semi-finals. And you feel if Andreas Harrison qualifies, in fact, if half of the field that are left qualify, they will really fancy their chances in a Champions Week, which is littered with opportunity.
From Wales, Walker!
Sam Spivey!
It's Reese Robinson! Scott Campbell!
It's DC Derek Coulson!
On the 21st of April, Derek Coulson is going to be in Group A no matter what. Average of around about 90, probably should see you in there. Scott Campbell does look good to be in there, and if Andreas Harrison wins tonight, you can probably guarantee him in there. But you look at the names in there, Laura, you've got Derek Coulson, who's been here a few times, won a few times. Shane McGurk, who recently on the back of the Lakeside Crown is going to give himself a very good opportunity to go on and win this. But elsewhere, there's a lot of players that have been here for the first time, or players that have been there before but maybe not made an imprint at Champions Week. There's such an opportunity for somebody to win a massive title.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's how you would sum up the lineup so far. And I think the likes, as you say, of the more experienced ones, like your Derek Coulsons, when they find themselves in and amongst that type of group, it's an opportunity that they're going to want to grab with both hands. But you could say that about everyone. Obviously, they've won a week. They deserve their place there. It's just how it all comes together. They want to time everything right when it comes to Champions Week.
Depending on who wins tonight, could the favourite to win the whole lot come from this evening?
Bold statement, yeah, possibly. I understand where you're coming from because this has been a sensational week and we've had all sorts of things going on. So I understand where you're coming from. I think the fact that it's a few weeks away, it will depend whoever wins maybe tonight, how they prepare, what darting calendar they have leading up to that Champions Week. I think, that's overlooked a little bit because some people sort of come out of that sort of week 12 or whatever and then go straight in again. How well are they prepared for that? So, yeah, for me, I would say it's likely, but, we're a long way short of can actually put your finger on it and go, yeah, it's going to be him.
Do you want an omen?
Can I stop you?
You're not.
Why do you ask?
Week 8 is the most successful week in terms of making it through. Whitehead's done it. Little has done it. Week 10 is also another week which is very successful. So who knows? It could well be an omen for one of these players this evening. Let's have a look now at the semi-finals that are to come in a few moments' time. Richard McKe takes on Andreas Harrison, followed by Devon Peterson and Graham Usher. We'll talk about the first one between McKe and Harrison. Harrison into the semi-finals. Is this the point where his experience could really shine through?
Yeah, I mean, we speak a lot about experience, but, McKe on debut, he's here, he's in the semi-final, he doesn't look nervous, he doesn't look rattled or bothered by the circumstance or the situation. I think that for me, the main thing for Andreas Harrison is to try and stop McKe having any goes, even at those long-range finishes, because on the outer ring and those big finishes, we've seen the 1, 5, 6, but we've seen another couple of ton-toppers from him. That's where he needs to shut him down, and he wants to do it quite early on just to put McKe on the back foot, but give him a chance, and, he's been taking them tonight.
Peterson Usher, the second semi-final. Now, we know how much Devon likes to think about the game. Now, him and Graham were locked into that battle to win Group A. It was a battle that Graham would go on to win. Is that something that could enter the Peterson psyche?
It's a very good possibility. I think the more interesting thing for me is that Devon winning the group and he's got the darts. He will be thinking along other lines of thought to make him play well rather than looking all the way back at the disappointment. Yes, sometimes disappointment can sort of create elation, but I don't think that would be in Devon's mind. I think he'll be thinking, everything's in my favour here. I've got the darts this time round. Yeah, I might have made a little mistake, but I'm going to show you that you got away with murder last time. I'm not going to let you get away with it again.
Is there a clear favourite at this present moment in time?
No, I don't think there is. I think, if we base on what we've seen so far tonight, then I think the way that Usher's just played, that's really kind of laid down that bold statement. But I've liked bits of what I've seen from everyone. It's just who's going to get their game all together, time everything perfectly. But I can't pick out a clear favourite.
If you were going to give me 4 of your bold English pounds, I would put £1 on each one of the players and go for broke.
Sitting on the fence.
That's not sort of sitting on the fence. That is splinters. But I suppose as well, with the players that we got left, everybody's shown something. Is it about clicking at the right time in these semi-finals and the final to follow?
Yeah, we've seen it this week. We've seen moments win games. We've seen brilliance win games. And I think you're going to have a bit of both to go through as champion tonight.
How key could potentially winning the group as well be in these semi-finals?
Yeah, I think that you've got that advantage, haven't you? Obviously you get to throw first, but we've seen it go the other way as well. Honestly, I just think there was really little between them, and I think what Scott said, it's just all about just making that really strong start, getting out there, and everything clicking at the right time.
Well, the semi-finals are about to get underway. It will kick off with a meeting between Richard McKe and Andreas Harrison, and that will get underway on the other side of this short break.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32, Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120, he's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where, as you can see, Richard McKe and Andreas Harrison are ready to go in semi-final number 1.
This is for the match for a 4-2 victory over Jim Mcewan. Use that as a guide, goes under double 10 for the match. And double 10 is found, and it is a 4-1 victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's semi-finals time here at the Modus Live Lounge. Would you please welcome our players for semi-final number 1. From Northern Ireland, it's Richard McKe, and from Sweden, Andreas Harrison.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor.
So Richard McKe against Andreas Harrison for a place in the final. Andreas has been here many times before, but for Richard, looking to get to the jackpot match on debut, let's hand over to Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, very much looking forward to this. We've got the debutant, Richard McKe from Northern Ireland, taking on the very experienced Andreas Harrison. Not much to split them tonight in terms of stats, but it was Richard McKe, the man, the 34-year-old from Banbridge, who managed to secure his place quite comfortably, having wins over Graham Usher and Jim Mcewan. Andreas Harrison had to battle it out in a head-to-head with Johnny Haynes, winner-takes-all match. But it is Harrison that finds himself in the semi-final. And I think we were saying earlier, Harrison was just warming up to the task. Would have been very disappointed his opening match, 85 average, 4-0 defeat at the hands of Devon Peterson, but a 94 average and a 4-1 win over Johnny Haynes to seal his spot here in the semi. Do you think he's just going to find that next level now, Andreas?
First leg, it's Richard to throw
that
first.
$15 million question, isn't it? I
Game
mean,
on.
he's the Series 7 champion. So he has the pedigree. He has the experience. Does he have, in the next 15 minutes, the game to concern Richard McKe? Because we know McKe is taking any sort of offerings that come his way when we get down to the bottom end of these legs. Will the moment grab Richard McKe? Will it feel like a final?
70.
Has he done enough of these locally? Because that's every game here in front of the cameras feels like a singles final in your own league, doesn't it? And it's just one after the other after the other.
Does go back to what we were thinking as well, what we were talking about earlier, is Richard McKe has quite clearly said, you know, he's here to win legs. Then those legs, they've converted into him having a really solid performance in his group, which has then seen him now through to a place in the semi-final. When do you start believing? Because I think as soon as you start believing that it's within touching distance, that adds a different element, a different pressure perhaps to the way that your mind's working.
Yeah, absolutely right. It has a tendency, once you start believing, you get a kick up the derriere
59.
and it's all over. So maybe that's the way that it's always been for him, and that's why he's playing it down, remaining a little bit humble. But then
83.
Most of the Irish do it that way anyway.
How much he'd love another treble to leave 32.
140.
And he does squeeze one in the corner if he gets to return. He's sat there on double 16.
Oh, wow.
Richard, you require 32.
That's massive pressure on this shot here for McKe. You feel this has to go.
24.
And those are the chances that
Andreas,
McKe
you
has been
require
taken.
40.
He squandered one here against Harrison, who now sat quite comfortably on tops, but has to chase it round for double 10. That's a way off the mark, so a big adjustment,
20.
not big enough.
And I don't think he can believe it. I think he threw those a little bit slower. There was an element of a split second slower between darts. There was an element of his whole rhythm being all over the show there. And on that occasion, it's rare.
Second leg.
But I think
It's
the
Andreas
moment
to throw first.
owned
Game on.
Andreas.
$140.
I'm hoping that those of you joining us on Pluto TV are enjoying the action this evening.
$85.
We're having quite a special night here on finals nights of Series 10 Week 8, and
100.
in the break there, Henry letting go that the most success comes from Week 8 and Week 10. You're going to have players registering for Week 8 and Week 10 for the next 3 years now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think that they're quite nice weeks in
43.
terms of they're not too early on in the series, because if you won in Series 1, you've got all that weight. We've got 12 sequences of events before you make it through to finals.
91.
Whereas if you were kind of around that Week 8, I think Week 10 is probably a sweet spot, because you've only got a couple of weeks. You can go back, you can relax, you can do a little bit of practice, but you haven't got all that time to think about Champions Week coming up.
No, I think you're right. I think it's rather than, the positioning of them rather than... That's what makes them popular to go on from.
134.
Andreas Harrison has got over the disappointment very quickly of missing those 3 darts at a double, and he's now down on 36 after 12.
100.
36 being one of his
Andreas
favoured
requires
doubles.
36. $18.
3 better darts, though. 3 better darts. There was more rhythm with that. A little unlucky that a couple of those didn't go to their desired target. But McKe back on 3-2-4.
94. Andreas, you require...
Where does Harrison go here? Does he two it up? No, he's going straight at it.
Game shot on the
And
second
rightly
leg.
so.
Andreas Harrison.
Some would say go down the 2 route, but
Third leg, it's Richard
I think
to
that
throw
admits
first.
defeat when you start
Game
doing
on.
that.
Yeah, this is going to sound awful, but my biggest fear when doing something like that is, the 2 is surrounded by a
90,
17 and a
sir.
15. Knowing my luck, I'd hit just the big number and bust the score anyway, or leave myself on 3 if I float it too high. I just think you've got a chance, go for it.
It just puts extra pressure and weight, even if you do
26.
hit it on those 2 darts. Your darts must go from like 23 grams to feeling like they're 29 grams, and the pressure on those 2 darts to have to hit. If you do it on a regular basis, and that's your thing, you've seen Johnny Haynes doing it this week with the 10 and going 2-4-4 and been successful with it an awful lot of the time because it's habit, and that's what he does.
100.
Yeah, just saw Richard McKe there pinning his first maximum of the match.
$60.
And if you've got advantage of throw, I mean, it's so easy for us to sit in here and say, but just hold your throw each time. That is the recipe to make sure that you get through these matches. I know it's not that straightforward. I know it's not that simple. But he's making a good job here of just trying to hold his throat.
Does he need to go for it? The answer for me is no.
He's just in that space, though. He knows he's got a bit of time. He knows he's going to be coming back. Yes, and finals night.
140.
Would be quite nice to hit one of those big showstoppers.
35.
And what would that have done to Andreas had he have gone for it, hit it? Psychologically, that's the question. He's tied it up nicely. There's no issue there. It looks like the nerves of the first leg are
Fourth leg, it's
well
Andreas
and
to
truly
throw first.
out the way.
Game on.
Once again, I love telling people that darts is not always about 100 average games. It's about games. They can be in their mid-80s. And you're just not knowing who's going to win. That's the excitement of the game, sometimes more than the standard. If you add the standard into the equation and you still don't know, well, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But I still find it interesting in a game like this that you still don't know where the winner's coming from.
Yeah, I agree. If they're competitive, if they're playing in line with one another,
95.
Then there's extra jeopardy when you get the missed darts at double, and you just get very engrossed in it.
Sometimes when it goes wrong, it's easier to be the player up there. You can handle it better than sometimes your supporters that have come to watch you.
Oh, with Aaron playing here last week, that was really difficult. Just so used to kind of shouting at the TV or shouting in the venue, and
42.
Just having to sit back and watch. It's hard. It's harder being a spectator, I swear.
Yeah, it's the same when I've ever had to watch Katie, my daughter, at county and varying places and tournaments. It's just like
40.
No, not for me. Not for me. Rather be up there, sort of in control of the situation, winning or losing. I'm still in control.
140.
Andreas firing back. Now looking to make the most of his advantage of throw.
140.
But McKe now tapping on his shoulder if he can't convert his 84.
And this is what he's done all week. 21-63. Got to go 13s. It's the bullseye.
59.
We've seen him hit so many of those over his time here at the Live Lounge, but this one doesn't go. McKe can go round the side of that. We've seen that a few times this week. Maybe the situation got to him. Maybe he just didn't quite throw it right.
56. Andreas
It's now down to
25.
Andreas with the 25. He goes 9s usually. 8. That one's way off.
Game shot.
That one is not.
Flag.
And a
Andreas
clenched
Harrison.
fist there from Andreas. That's a sign that he's still in. But for
Fifth
me as
leg,
a
it's
player,
Richard to throw first.
it's kind of more
Game
relief
on.
in that situation, isn't it?
I agree. Yeah. Just hasn't all quite clicked for Harrison in the way that we've seen from him before. Obviously, a multiple title winner here at the Live Lounge, and just feels like he's hanging on in there in terms of the qualification process through to the semi-final, and now here in the semi-final stage as well.
85.
Just haven't seen those big scores. I don't know, just doesn't look as comfortable and relaxed as he normally does.
No, and I can't help think. We keep going back to that Thursday, but he played so well, and anything he did after that was always going to feel like he wasn't playing his best. And we both know as players that will quickly rot in between the ears and make you think all sorts of silly thoughts. From here in, it's all about not missing trebles. You cannot afford to have a trebleless visit here.
140.
Yeah, 2 treble visit again. That's a 6 140 plus that we've seen from Harrison. And again, I know we celebrate 180s. Obviously, they are what people want, but don't underestimate the importance of those 2 treble visits, the 140s, because they're the ones you're going to hit more often, and they're the ones that can really turn around matches.
134.
And what I like about McKe is he's not losing his form. He's not losing his action over the nerves of the situation. I do like what I'm seeing from this man.
20.
Yeah, and he's got a real chance. His frustration there from Harrison. Some golden opportunity to go within one of the match, and now it could be McKe that goes within one. Trying to edge over to find the target. And I tell you what, that was that close. I couldn't quite tell at first.
No, absolutely. And we had a close-up on camera on a TV that's 2 foot away from our face.
No score. Richard, you require 16.
And Andreas there has offered opportunity. Surely off the barrel and in.
No score.
It's gone off the wrong side, and now we're in tense,
20.
nervous headache time. Surely Andreas now has to finish this off.
You can't think that he would need many more opportunities, but
it
does go in the end. And again, that reaction is possibly down more to relief, and you can see the smile there because out of ring in terms of stats, 3 from 19.
Game on.
Yeah, he's definitely dodged a bullet there. The McKe scope was not quite sighted in right, and this is what happens to you. You're feeling lower than ditch water in the middle of June, and your opponent comes along. You've had opportunities, and then your opponent comes along. 180 is the start of the leg, and the game is gone. Or is it?
99.
Oh, massive last start there from Harrison, the Swede.
Yeah, now you get into that territory as you get edge ever so closer to the finish line. We talked about 2 treble visits, but I think here you're like, just make sure of one. Just make sure we get 1 treble each visit.
Before he threw
94.
a dart in this semi-final, Andreas would have dreamt about being in this position and having the minerals to go and finish the job off.
100. Andreas, you require 128.
Well, we know it's not normally an issue for him, and he doesn't have to chase around for the ball route. Now just looking to tee up because McKe has afforded him more chances.
And he's left that tops route again, which has been a problem for him. I'm quite surprised that he didn't go 16s there.
60. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot.
But there we go. The law of averages says if you keep missing, at some point you're going to hit it first start. Andreas Harrison wins semi-final number 1. 4-2 is the score, but we have to say commiserations to Richard McKe because he's had a super week 8 here at the Super Series, and from the day that he walked through that door to the day that he now leaves this evening, he's changed himself to the public, he's changed himself as a dart player, and we're going to see more of him, I'm sure, in the future. But for Andreas Harrison, it's his 86.05 that does enough to see him to the final. We're going to head into the short break now, and we'll be back with semi-final number 2, and we'll see Devon Peterson taking on Graham Usher.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andreas Harrison has booked his place into the final. He got the better of Richard McKe by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Our second semi-final sees Devon Peterson take on Graham Usher. But for Richard, it's been a great debut week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he joins us here now. I can imagine, look, obviously disappointment, commiserations following that game against Andreas, but I can imagine the glass is half full, isn't it?
I'm not too disappointed. I've overachieved this week. You know, I'm over the moon to get through to the semi-finals and debut. Yeah, I couldn't have imagined that. Never in a million years.
You said when you walked in the door that you were just happy to pick up legs. You were happy just to be competitive. When you walked in tonight, was it just, I'm going to go out there, enjoy it, and just see how far it takes me?
It was the same thing, underdog. You know, I just said go out and enjoy it. Mightn't happen again, so try and enjoy as much as you can. You know, the support back home has been phenomenal. You know, everybody's been messaging, texting, Facebook. It's been fantastic. So I'd like to thank everybody so far for their support. I'm very humble for it.
What have you taken from this week? What have you taken from this experience?
I think a few friends. I think that's been the most important thing. I've made a few friends along the way. You know, I didn't mention him yesterday in my interview, and he didn't let me forget it was Robbie Long. Robbie's been fantastic the last few days, you know, along with Johnny and everyone else. It's been fantastic. the whole experience has just been a pinch me moment.
Has this been something that maybe inspires you to play maybe a little bit more? Maybe you see your name a little bit more elsewhere?
Yeah, hopefully. You know, with my job, it's a bit hard, and I enjoy my job so much, but yeah, I'm going to try to, hopefully.
Well, it's been great seeing you this week.
Thank you very
Commiserations,
much.
but I'm sure we'll see you again before too long.
That loss is a win, as far as I'm concerned. It's been great. Thank you.
It's been great having you here. Thank you so
Cheers,
much,
thank you very
Richard,
much.
for your time. We're going to head now to our second semi-final between Devon Peterson and Graham Usher.
The first one was saying, come hit me, and he didn't quite do that. But it's Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson
Wins it 4-3.
Giving it, but it's Usher with a match-winning opportunity here. Single 20 leaves tops for the match for 4-1. And it is Graham Usher.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to find out who will join Andreas in the final here at the Modus Live Lounge. Would you please welcome our players for our second semi-final. From England, it's Graham Usher, and from South Africa, Devon Peterson.
So we know Andreas Harrison is going to be there. Who's going to join him? Graham Usher's got some retribution for the Super Series. Champions Week runner-up in Series 1, or is it going to be the ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson? Let's find out. Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. And yeah, nice to get a little chat there with Richard McKe after. And, you know, these moments could change his start in life. As we stand, we are going to see two players well known to us. A 38-year-old Devon Peterson from Cape Town, who resides in Bradford, now taking on the 51-year-old from Scarborough, Graham Usher, who's just come off the Pro Tours and lost his tour card. And you have to say, coming back to the building is brought happy memories for him, and we've seen bits of the Graham that a couple of years ago was here. Lighting up your screens.
100.
Peterson gets us underway then with a ton, and I really am expecting more of the same here, Laura, in this semi-final number 2. At 2-2. In our previous match, we didn't really know where it was going.
140.
Yeah, these two obviously met 3 times in Group A. It was Usher that topped the group in the end. But to be fair, Devon Peterson looked like he was in cruise control for quite a lot of that time. Head-to-head wise, Usher won 2 of their meetings. Peterson picked up the 1 win.
140.
This is looking very focused, very determined start here by Devon Peterson.
140. Devon, you require 121.
Early feelings are the pace suits both here for their best games to be coming out and shining.
89.
Didn't need to go for the bullseye. Good ball management. Usher's going to try and make
Devon, you require
life very
32.
difficult for Peterson. So it's double 16 to take advantage here in this opening
16.
leg.
Graham, you require 101.
Blocked it off there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was awkward, especially the lie of that second dart. Devon's can sit upright and couldn't find a route through, but he has got away with it here. Usher not able to convert this.
36.
101, made a
Devon,
bit of a
you
mess of it in
require
the end.
16.
Yeah, a bit of a bag of nails, wasn't it? Devon's coming back.
Game shot on the first leg. Devon
Uses the
Peterson.
first dart nicely there. Thought he'd gone the wrong way, but he hadn't.
Second leg. It's Graham to throw first. Game on. 121.
Bit of a loose one in the end there from Usher. Absolutely looked like the third one was almost nailed on to go in, but has to settle for the 1-2-1. And a good last start there from Peterson.
Yeah, Usher known as the gambler.
100.
A few songs out there he could walk on to. Madonna had a song called The Gambler back in the 80s. Kenny Rogers in the 70s.
100.
Yeah, it would definitely be Kenny Rogers, but I noticed on the back of his shirt it also says Forever Young. I don't know if that would be the most captivating walk on out into the audience, but I'm for the Kenny Rogers version.
Well, he is young. He's only 51.
140. $85. Devon, you require 161. $45.
Bringing the 25 into play there, just to make sure he's on a slightly more straightforward finish if he gets an opportunity, that is.
90. Devon, you require 160.
That is the risk of going that way. I would have gone that way too, I have to say. Dev now looking at tops for a 2-0 lead.
96.
I think you can see by the look on his face, he's a little disappointed. Usher gets on with the job. He has a certain pace to his game and tries not to let that
third leg. It's Devon to throw first.
Get fluctuated in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, Dev clearly not happy. Not necessarily with the miss, but I think it just kind of left his hand. It didn't seem like it was the best thrown dart for top set for Peterson.
96. $140.
But the best way for Peterson to get over the disappointment of missing that tops to go 2-0 up would be
60.
Just holding throw here in the third. And you do get that quite a bit from Devon. You get it from several players, but that kind of verbalisation, that telling yourself off.
125.
It's like deflection there for Usher, and he could have had Devon in all sorts of more problems on the Devon-Peterson throw, but Peterson pops in on 140. Wow.
107.
From Usher, the ultimate pressure now on Peterson to hold throw.
38. Graham, you require 40.
Oh, can he get one underneath?
No score.
The answer is no.
Devon, you require 69.
Yeah, they were close, but not in.
On the third leg.
Just paused slightly, didn't he? Just realised that was the moment, did Devon.
Fourth leg.
It's only a holder throw, but
first.
the fact that Usher had 3 clear darts at tops to
100
swing the game in his favour. He doesn't let it get him down. Opens up with another 180. That's his second of the match.
Well, Usher did all the pressure work, didn't he? He hit a maximum to leave that tops, and as you say, missed 3 clear at it.
96.
Both players, in fairness, so far in this match have missed opportunities to break their opponent's throw.
60.
And you mentioned this earlier on, Scott, but you can really see now how the rhythm of each other's game, it's really suiting one another.
It's allowing them to play, isn't it?
100. Graham, you require 125. $85.
Yeah, nicely tidied from Graham there. Devon back on 2-4-1. Would have liked to have been closer, but
123. Graham, you require
40
40.
at the start of the leg for Usher. Helped set
20.
this destination, and once again,
Devon, you
he's
require
missed a couple of darts at a
118.
double.
Yeah, just like 3 more clear and a chance here for Peterson. Had a 1-1-6 chance. Now it's the 1-1-8 to go within one of the match. And this time, Devon Peterson finds the top target. He leads 3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's got the 1-1-8. Has he got Graham Usher's number?
100.
You are so old.
Hang on a minute.
100.
I thought we weren't bringing age into any of this. Come on, Scott.
Yeah, just because you're a load younger than me, we're not going to go there.
Let's just say I still got a while to wait before I can join you in the seniors.
I bet you haven't even got a landline.
I don't.
Oh, you youngsters.
100.
I think I actually have a landline number so I can get the Wi-Fi, but there's no phone in my house. We just got mobiles.
I've got the spinny dial one.
I bet you have as well.
Retro, don't you know?
100.
Not tight, it's just retro, and I've still got the one from way
It's
back.
so old, it's now cool.
Correct.
40. Devon, you require 161.
So 161 for Peterson. This would be some way to clinch this second semi-final. It's not going to happen this time.
81.
Oh no, but that last start there from Dev could prove vital. Really important.
100. Devon, you require 80.
Match-winning opportunity here for Devon Peterson. Tops again is the target for 4-1, and it is a 4-1 win for the South African. Devon Peterson finds himself in the final. Graham Usher disappointed, obviously, to be going out the tournament, but all smiles in the end, and you can just see what it means there to Devon Peterson. He has made it through to a final where he will face Andreas Harrison. Stats for the match: Devon Peterson averaging 93 and change, but 4 from 10 on the outer ring, and it was just 1 from 8 for Graham Usher. And there he is, back signing autographs for his fans. He really is one of those players that, you know, just loves the crowd, loves the fans, and here is confirmation of the stats, including that wonderful 118 checkout. But it's Peterson that is in the final. That will be coming up soon, where he will be taking on Andreas Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to get through to the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've been in the company of Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell. We've had some fun, haven't we, tonight? These are the results from the matches that we have seen on this Saturday. Before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Graham Usher by 4-1. He's going to take on Andreas Harrison in the final after he beat Richard McKe by 4-2 in the first final 4 matchups. So Harrison and Peterson in the final have already met tonight. Peterson won 4-0 in the group stage. We'll talk about the final in a bit more detail in just a second, but let's have a chat about the 2 semi-finals. We'll begin with the first one between Andreas Harrison and Richard McKe. For Richard, it's been such a good week for him. He can take a lot of positives, but maybe Andreas just a step too far for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was wonderful your chat with him afterwards as well, and all the support that he's had and the thanks that he was given to everybody. I think you're right. It was probably it gets that bit more real. I think Scott and I referenced it a few times. At what point do you start believing, oh, actually, I could lift the trophy here? And then when you start having those kind of thoughts, it adds a different dynamic. But as you say, Andreas Harrison is just so experienced. He's a proven winner here time and time again, and he just had that little bit too much in the end for Richard.
And I suppose that's the key, isn't it? Because it was a very tight game, but when push came to shove, that was when Andreas really did kick into gear.
Yeah, it was, and we started to see the Andreas of Thursday night again, didn't we? We started to see the determination. He started to have confidence in his convictions and the way that he was throwing, and that's sort of ominous for the final. But for me, Richard, it was a win-win situation for him, that semi-final. He's going home a hero anyway to this little town where he's from. He's a winner in their eyes, and I think for me, he mentioned to you about the job and stuff. Sometimes the path through darts is not easy, and it's not as obvious as other people, as fans that are watching, could say, yeah, he needs to be doing more. It's down to the situation that each individual player's in. But what he's done, he's given himself a question to answer, and only he can answer that question.
I tried to prompt him, tried to prod him in the interview. I suppose he just needs a bit of time away to maybe discover maybe what he feels the next steps are.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Scott said, it isn't always as straightforward as just, committing yourself to doing the tour, because you do have other, your family, you obviously have your work commitments as well. So it is difficult. But what he has done here, he's laid down this really, really good marker. He knows that he's got these levels to compete with some of the best. I mean, he didn't just get through to the semi-final. He beat Usher and he beat McEwan, 2 of the favourites going into tonight, and topped that group. So, yeah, there's so many positives, and it'll be great to see him a bit more.
In terms of Andreas, what's he doing so well tonight? Because, look, we never expect him to get to the Thursday levels. Friday, obviously, it was a little bit of a test. What have we seen from him tonight which he will take as positives?
It's one word: bounce back ability. Bounce back ability. That first game where he lost it, was it 4-0, wasn't it?
4-0 it was,
so
to Devon.
How do you bounce back from that? He's at the lowest of his low. He's had one of the highest highs that he's ever had within darts by doing those monster averages on Thursday. And then within 2 days, he's here at a finals night. He's lost 4-0, and he's out the back sat there scratching his head going, what's going on? And sometimes it's not just you. It's just the way it is. And we felt in commentary that the highs were so high for him that even though he was doing those 90 average, that was going to feel rubbish compared to what he'd done. So he's had to mentally get over that. The theory doesn't change. Nothing changes. Mentally, he's had to allow himself to go back to the Andreas he was before Thursday night. And that's what we saw there in that semi-final.
Sorry, but is that where the experience really does kick in for Andreas, in those moments when things maybe don't go to plan, finding a way of bouncing back quickly?
Yeah, and you say the other thing, obviously, he's done enough to win. He's done enough to get through as well. And that's, we know the different levels that he's got. But bounce back ability, as Scott was saying, yeah, that's absolutely massive, because it would have been disappointing. He obviously played the second match and had to wait right the way to the end before he came back out on the stage. So, yeah, there was a lot of probably things going through his mind at the time, but he's just drawn on absolutely everything. His timing much better in the latter 2 matches, and he's still in, and he's in the final, and he's in the final not playing as well as what we have seen from him as well. And there's a lot that you can take from that, because if he finds another gear, then Devon could be in trouble.
Talking about gears, that was exactly what Devon Peterson did towards the post, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's been mentally strong in different ways to Andreas. I think that he has shown that he can come out there and boss a game from the start. He didn't do that in Group C. He was happy and content to to play his way around and make it to the show, which was tonight. He wasn't bothered that all the talk was about the big averages of Andreas, the levelness and the high levels of Jim McEwan. He just wanted to get to Saturday night because he's been here enough to know that that's the night to perform. Don't worry about it during the week. Just limp over the line. When you get here tonight, you have to perform. And you have to say that's what he's done from the get-go.
We spoke in the interval before the semi-finals about peaking at the right time. Is there indications that Devon Peterson's doing exactly that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's looked solid all through the evening. Hasn't really been under too much pressure as well. And he looks so focused. You know, it's great to see Devon playing back at those levels that we've seen from him. Obviously, he's got the experience. He's been on the PDC tour and he's using everything that he's got in his armoury here tonight. And yeah, I honestly, I just think there's so much that he's going to take from tonight. And I'm sure he'll be hoping to be taking home the trophy as well.
It was all about big shots at big times, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think just any shot at the right time is good, but he was doing the big ones at the right time. And just when a head of steam was being found against him, he was nipping that in the bud with some great finishing. So I think, you know, as we go into the final, that bull-up's going to be very, very important because I don't think at this stage of the evening there's a lot between the two of them.
Just quickly, word on Graham Usher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll be a bit disappointed, obviously, going out in the semi-final stage. There's another casualty, you know, in terms of topping Group A and then just not making it through to the final, picking up the trophy. But again, you know, it's his first time back here for a while. He probably had a lot of expectation as well because he had been performing so well. And just kind of ran into Devon Peterson, and Devon did a lot of things right at the right time.
His undoing was the double-in. It was 1 from 8 in that semi-final. And on 2 occasions, he had 3 clear darts at doubles, which, look, if he's missing by that far, you say, yeah, he's bottled it. But he wasn't. He was all over them. It was just another day. Somebody opened a door in another direction. Those doubles are in, and he's going through to the final. It'll feel a bit of unfortunate, but I think it's a good comeback performance from him.
So Graham Usher's not going to make it through to Champions League. It's going to be some big names in action next week and the debut of a certain Mervyn King.
Tops for the match.
Double 8 for a 12 darter. That is a start and a half.
That could be cataclysmic. Double 10. Oh, that's magnificent.
Is the big fish going to go again? Yes, it is. He's such a rhythm player.
Scott Baker.
So this is what we're going to see next week. Mervyn King, the big name debutant, in action on Monday morning. Jamie Atkins, who continues to improve all the time. He's going to be in there. Steve West actually was in the building a little bit earlier on this evening, having a survey of the surroundings ahead of his exploits in Group A. Scott Baker, it's going to be fast and furious when he's involved in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. Charlie Martin is also going to be here. We saw him have success at the Tour Championship at the back end of 2024. Tommy Lishman's had a very, very good start to the 25 season. He's had success on the Challenge Tour. He's been playing on the Pro Tour. And David Williams is somebody that you may have seen here before, but under maybe a different guise. The artist formerly known as Darts for Fun will be making his debut as a player. Now, we had a little bit of a chat about this on Saturday. This is not somebody coming into the Super Series as a novelty act. He can play the game.
Yeah, no, undoubtedly. He came to Q School this year. I've been sat on the same table with him at Challenge Tour, and he sat there learning from us. He's taken it all in for, now we know, moments of coming here to the Super Series. And, we've had to restrict him a little bit and handicap him in the influencers times that he's been here and stick 48-gram darts in his hand to give the others a chance. We're going to see what he's got now. I like him as a person, and I think he'll relish the opportunity of coming and playing here at the Super Series.
So that was some of his exploits at the Influence event, but he's going to be doing it for good come Thursday afternoon when he's involved in the action in Group C. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Be interesting to see how Mervyn King gets along as well. His debut here at the Super Series, that gets underway Monday morning from 9:30 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But we've got a final to look ahead to here. This is what we've seen on this Saturday evening. It's Andreas Harrison up against Devon Peterson in the final after Harrison beat Richard McKe by 4-2 and Peterson beat Usher by 4-1. Now, these two have already met tonight. Devon won that game by 4-0. Does that have any kind of bearing in terms of this final, any kind of bearing in terms of the psyche?
Not for me, because I think that Andreas had turned Devon over twice before. So this week they're 2-1. So I think it's still as tight as a tick, as they say.
In terms of these, I love these analogies, by the way. In terms of these two, they're two people that play the game in completely contrasting ways. Andreas gives nothing away. He's cool, he's calm, he's collected. You don't quite know what's happening. But what we know about Devon Peterson is he is a very, very deep thinker. They're two contrasting, I suppose, personalities on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Devon really does wear his heart on his sleeve. He's very vocal. You know, you will hear him telling himself off if he doesn't actually hit the target or if something feels wrong. So, yeah, absolutely. But those two contrasting styles, however, they still, you know, they're conducive to very good darts from both people. I don't see the scoreline being a 4-0 to either one of them. I don't think either of them will really be thinking about that first match now, but it's all about the final. That's what it's all about here and now.
I'll tell you what, these lot are really getting into it. The studio here, now this is meant to be soundproof, and I've got ears in which are meant to ensure that I don't hear anything out of this studio, but it is raucous out there. These are two showmen. I know Andreas may not always show it, but Devon, he'll embrace this, won't he? The atmosphere, and you can see he's already ready in the walkway.
Yeah, he'll bounce off it. There's no two ways about it. He likes to be the showman. He likes to go out and show people what he's got. And if you're a great dart player, you want to go and stand up there in front of people and show what you've got. Win or lose, you're happy to do it.
Well, they're ready for it, so let's not keep them waiting any longer. It's the final, Andreas Harrison against Devon Peterson, and it could be a little bit spicy.
But there we go. The law of averages says if you keep missing, at some point you're going to hit it first dart.
Match-winning opportunity here. But Devon Peterson tops again, is the target for 4-1, and it is a 4-1 win for the South African Devon Peterson.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Week 8 final here at the Modus Live Lounge. Introducing first from South Africa, he is the reigning ADC Global Champion. It's the African Warrior, Devon Peterson. Opponent from Sweden, a player who has won multiple titles here at the Modus Live Lounge. He's the Series 7 champion. It's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Been ballin'.
So here we go then. Time for the final. Devon Peterson up against Andreas Harrison for the 8th spot through to Champions Week. Both know what it's like to win big titles on this stage, but who's going to win this one? Scott Mitchell and Aloha Turner.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how this final pans out. Devon Peterson has been very, very convincing in terms of his wins. 2 wins in the group saw him top Group 2, including a 4-0 victory over Andreas Harrison. The other was slightly tighter. It was a 4-3 win over Johnny Haynes, but that secured his spot. And then that 4-1 win over Graham Usher. He looked very strong indeed. But I don't know what you think, but for me, Andreas Harrison has just been warming to the task. I think this could be an interesting
First
final.
leg, it's Devon to throw first.
I think you're right. I think
Game on.
Is he timing a run is what's going through my head. Is he timing a comeback run? And then the other thing that goes through my head is you've got to be in it to win it. So he's in it. 45 open up from Devon. A 140 here would turn the throw immediately, would be my thought if I was throwing. And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, Psychic Scott.
Yeah, I'm on the lottery next week.
Mystic Mitchell. We could do a few of these.
100.
Septic Scott, probably more to the point.
$134.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it when we were talking just then, that bounce back ability skill that Andreas Harrison has, because he's come in as favourite. Obviously, he's picked up weekly wins, he's picked up the series championship win, he's won those specials weeks, and then to lose your opener 4-0, there's almost sometimes no way back. We said it early on, legs are important, and he still managed to find a way through to the semi.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and he's a
100. Andreas, you require 127.
Swede as well, representing his country everywhere he goes.
$82.
Not
Devon,
quite
you require
desired
116.
location. Dev on 116, now comes out for the 16. He's been doing this all evening, and he's done it again. Cool as a cucumber.
Already Devon Peterson
first. Game on.
Finding those big shots at key moments. It's a 15-dart holder throw. And Harrison, he'd done some hard work.
45.
He almost managed to craft out the break. Couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, we shouldn't have been surprised. That's his 8th ton plus this week, and
81.
Tonight he's already done a 120, 118, and now a 116. So they were all in the same region, weren't they? In the same postcode. So he shouldn't have been surprised. He would always have the confidence to feel that if he got a go at it, it would go if the first start was right. Having a go at himself here. We're seeing the focus of Devon.
100.
And it was interesting, the reaction there by Andreas Harrison. Obviously, disappointment that he hadn't found the way of breaking, missed the bullseye by some weight. And when that 116 came in, it was almost like his head dropped slightly. And you don't normally see too much of a reaction from Harrison. So, again, it perhaps gives you that indication that he's not 100% in terms of how confident he's feeling up there.
And all of a sudden, yeah, the game has momentum as well once the 116 goes in. And it puts all sorts of pressure
95.
on Harrison then to hold his throw immediately. You don't want to go 2-0 down here. Throwing second and then having Peterson
140.
with the darts in leg 3. But Devon is, I don't want to say rolling back the years, but that's exactly what he's doing.
133. Devon, you require 40.
Yeah, down to tops after just 12. Looking to convert because Harrison is there.
Yeah, he's on the second
He's
leg.
not going to get a poke at the 70. It's 2-0 to Peterson. He really has brought in a crowd
Third
tonight.
leg,
Got the
it's Devon to
support
throw
of his
first.
fans.
Game on.
The chances are they've come in tonight to see Devon.
100.
When you're 2-0 up, there's no pressure on this leg for you to hold. Once again,
100.
lovely from Andreas. He has to throw with freedom now and hope, upon all hope, that Devon has a non-treble visit. Well, there's one, but that means you've got to have a 2-treble visit to hamper it, and it's not going to happen this time.
58.
No, in fact, it was a treble-less visit there by Andreas Harrison. You feel like it was a real chance there to kind of wrestle the advantage away from Peterson, and now Peterson himself with a 2 treble visit, very much in command once again.
Yeah, he's got the hammer down, hasn't he? It's full steam ahead for Peterson. But another one of these would see things handy, leaving a 170. Andreas still doing the right things. You cannot write him off yet.
100. Andreas, you require 170.
170 for Andreas. First one's good. Second one not. No, it's not there, Andreas. So 90 left. He goes treble 18 usually. And I think the fact that he stopped his rhythm then meant that he hit the one. But both players here averaging 99 for Andreas. 102 for Peterson. Peterson now looking at the 19s. That one is high, wide and handsome. So
40.
Harrison
Andreas, you require
will get a chance
89.
at 18. Surely he'll get a dart at the ball at the worst case scenario.
79. Devon, you
Miss
require
on the outer
68.
ring. It's only the second shot that Andreas has had at a finish. The other miss was at the bullseye. And Devon here with potentially 3-0 up.
36.
That's by a whisker.
Andreas, you require 10.
Now, big moments, big turning points. Should this go? And it's not going to. And Andreas, you can see the look and the nonchalant way that he threw the last dart. Peterson knows this is now or never.
Game shot on the third leg. Devon Peterson.
And now you have to say the road back for Andreas
Fourth leg,
Harrison
it's
is
Andreas to throw first.
long
Game
and
on.
very bumpy.
Yeah, when we were chatting before, I really didn't predict that a result would go 4-0 in either direction, but Peterson's put himself in a prime position to whitewash Andreas Harrison for the second time in one evening.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen very often, I can tell you.
And this is where that bounce back ability that you were talking about earlier, he needs it now. He's not going to have another chance. There's no sitting in the back room and recovering. You have to find a way of doing it up there on the stage. And you and I both know sometimes those stages can be the loneliest place in the world when things aren't going well.
Oh, you just want the things to open up and swallow you in
22.
and just get you out of the room. It's just the most horrible thing when the inevitable is heading your way. Still in a position here where Andreas is battling away. The one thing he does do is he never gives up.
100. Andreas, you require 164.
Desperately seeking out a treble, can't find one. Does have a little bit of time, but Devon Peterson could put a bit of pressure on here if he can get a couple of trebles.
There's one. You're talking him in.
100. Andreas, you require 104.
Well, still 6 from 104 for Harrison to get a leg on the board. He's going to need all 6 as well.
96.
Yeah, these were shots that he was taking out so easy on lots of his previous visits here, Andreas.
137. Andreas, you require 8.
Oh, wicked deflection has to come down the bottom of the board, and it's more misses on the outer ring for Andreas Harrison.
Devon, you require 42.
That one's in. A little lad at the front shouted yes when he thought that he hit the double 16 with the first one. Second one was in. Peterson gives the lad a little point, said, that one's in, my friend. Look at this, the camaraderie between the two. Our Series 7 champion raises the hand of our Week 8 champion here in Series 10. There is your champion. It's Devon Peterson, and we know the man from South Africa, residing in Bradford, is enjoying this moment very much indeed. It's a 4-0 win. Look, there's nothing in the averages, nothing in it at all. But it's that scoreline, the 4 on the Devon Peterson side, the 0 on the Andreas Harrison side. 50% on the doubles for Devon Peterson. So here are our weekly winners so far on this series. Week 1, Alex Small. Jensen Walker winning week 2. Sam Spivey, Shane McGurk. We're telling you, we're going to have some week come week 12. We have now got Henry down on stage with our weekly champion, and we'll throw to them.
I tell you what, Devon Peterson's just had a look at that graphic there. Looks all right, doesn't it? Champions Week.
Don't mind it. I mean, yeah, I've wanted this for a long time. I mean, getting invited to the Modus Super Series, you see these players lifting up that trophy, and you understand the likes of Luke Littler, and you've seen Shane McGurk as well, now current WDF World Champ. You see all those players coming through and just unearthing gems as well, and I always just wanted to have my moment. I know I lifted the ADC, but that was completely separate. The Modus Super Series is, I mean, it's a level.
What's different about this one?
I think it's the way. So I lost after leading Group A. I think it was scraping through against Paul Hogan, which is a legend in the sport as well. But Andreas, I mean, I played him today twice, and I mean, yesterday and the day before, he was spanking me around like I was a tennis ball, and today was slightly different, and that's what darts is. But you came through a group where players that have been lifting this trophy for a while, and it seems as though time has its own kind of destiny, and now potentially it's my time.
Let's talk about Wednesday afternoon. Obviously, it didn't go to plan. Was that potentially the making or breaking of your week?
Yeah, I felt like the game against Chris Quantock. I mean, I came into the game fiddling with my grip, kind of trying to find something. Yeah, that day for the Chris Quantock game, it was magical for me because I could really feel like I could trust the throw again, and all that whole Wednesday was kind of like mind-boggling in a sense. But I'm happy now. I mean, in the end, it's easy to stand here and go, yeah, everything went well, but it wasn't. Like my brain was a car crash. And you kind of had to settle yourself, make sure that everything's correct. And yeah, tonight it just happened.
So how do you regroup after that disappointment?
You look at it from a point of view as in, take what's the best and forget what was the worst. Build on that. The platform was great. The throw is great on you. And you just kind of, you put in a group where you got Jim Mcewan, a fantastic player, obviously leading the group, throwing ton averages like it's going out of fun. Andreas, back-to-back 111. So you kind of know that you have to play in a certain way. It put me in a position almost like I was back on the Pro Tour. If you weren't averaging 95 plus, you're not going to win a game. And yeah, tonight, I mean, like I said, the Modus Super Series isn't one on a Monday night.
Was that perhaps an inspirement for everybody else, what Andreas was doing on Thursday? Because look, everyone will say, oh, I just concentrate on my own game. But come on, when he's throwing in numbers like that, particularly against you, you do stand up and take notice, don't you?
To an extent. I mean, you just become a bystander. And when players do that in any game, you almost go and just go, okay, cool, let me make sure that my game is okay. When I step away from here, not everybody's going to throw 111 average against you. You want to make sure that when you step away from there's positives that you take. I mean, it's not great when you lose 4-0. There's no positives really, but if you can manage a positive, it's a win for you anyways.
To tonight, you set your story out very quickly with that 4-0 win against Andreas. You're beaming from ear to ear. Going full circle to the final, we were having a discussion about it beforehand. Does that head-to-head early on in the evening bear any weight in the final, or is it just forgotten because of the magnitude of the match?
No, 100% it does. I mean, he will feel, I mean, when we shook hands, he said, revenge, because he beat me 4-0 as well. And in his head, he would have felt like, because I beat him 4-0, he had to come through a battle, and therefore, it takes energy out of him. When I came through my games, it was, after I beat him 4-0, it's a bit of a backpedal really for me. So I just kind of cruised through the games and I could reserve energy. For him, he needed to kind of expend energy, and then playing again against Richard McKe as well. It was a fantastic game, and he needed to play it really well, if I'm mistaken or not. Yeah, that's right. And you look at that and you go, I know exactly how he's playing, and I know how good I was playing on the day. I was finding my first dart, the finishing was great, everything was holistic. Performance-wise, I was I was almost in Devon heaven, really, and that's what the crowd was seeing.
Now, I don't know how many of the crowd listen to Magic FM or anything like that, or go to Pop World or anything like that, but I think you made a few friends with that chant.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's easy. I mean, these guys turn up every week. They showcase real support. I mean, players that turn up here, sometimes you can unearth gems like Richard McKe. We've now realized who he is, and you look at players like Andreas. He's won multiple times on the stage, and to be a player like him, yeah, I admire the man and just how he plays. And tonight, for me to get to this win, it's magical.
How does this compare to the ADC?
Yeah, I mean, from a position-wise, Modus Super Series is completely different for me. It puts me in a position of you have to understand exactly what you need to achieve. It also puts you in the finals week, the Champions Week, like you say. It has a nice ring to it, number one. And number two is you're one of the players, of the many players that lifted. And the players that lifted is worth their salt. So it definitely, I mean, I played on the PDC, lifted the Pro Tours and all of those things. But coming back, kind of fighting back, making sure that my form is great, the Modus Super Series has given me an opportunity to do that, and I am forever grateful.
Have a look behind you. Andreas is there. Not just the fans are there, but Andreas Harrison, the first person to applaud you as well. And that, I suppose, shows the camaraderie and the spirit of the Super Series as well.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's very hard to kind of get here and not have a group of players that's in the back room. I mean, when you play Group A, Group B, or Group C, there's always players that you kind of get on with. And every group that I've been in, I mean, it's always a joke. It's always fun. When you get on here, everybody wants to rip your head off. But when you get there, everybody wants to just take the mick out. So, yeah, it's a great, I mean, what the Modus has built now is something that will change the way in which the future of the sport looks like. And it is the platform to see, I mean, players like Richard McKe have an opportunity to stand on the showcase and kind of be in a position to show the world that Ireland has loads of talent. And you see, I mean, the Swedish great, Andres, he's just a phenomenal player, and he's inspired many so far.
Well, Devon, I have one more word with you in just a second. Andreas, commiserations. Just a couple of words from yourself about your experience this week and how tonight went from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a fantastic week, a great group. Yeah. What can I say? Yeah, a worthy winner. Should have got some doubles, I think. But yeah, a great week as always. I love it here, and congratulations to Devon. Fantastic work.
Very sporting. Just quickly, what's next for Andreas Harrison?
Well, next for me is Peterson Nordic, I think, and after that, I don't know, maybe Challenge Tour again.
Well, Andreas, thank you very much for coming up. Well done on your exploits this week. Ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Harrison. Dev, last word goes to you before we have the presentation. So, you've won a big one in this building before the Global Championship. You're going to get a trophy in a minute, but I can imagine you're the type of guy that wants the big one at the end of it, don't you?
Of course. I mean, when you presented with an opportunity like this, I mean, when they said, listen, you're going to play in this week, make sure, they didn't tell you who you were playing against. And when I saw the names come out, I'm like, oh man, Graham Usher, what a top player as well. I mean, just got to the seniors finals. Could have been the victor in that, but just the way in which he played, he missed a few doubles. But like Andreas, he missed a few doubles as well. The other night, he wasn't missing anything. I mean, the trebles got so big for him. I mean, everybody sat there and go, I might as well just play with one dart, really, because you're playing against Andreas the Machine. But yeah, I think every dog has his day, and today I'm that dog.
Well, many congratulations. It's presentation time. Before we do that, lads, how does the song go? Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 8 Modus Super Series winner is the African warrior, Devon Peterson! Devon, congratulations. Many, many congratulations. We shall see you at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. We're going to let you go because we're going to bring on Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell to assess what we've seen this evening. Devon Peterson picking up the title in Week 8, and he's left the trophy on the stage. And I think he's going to take a little while to get out of here tonight because he is a very, very popular winner. He's loving it, isn't he? And you know what? He is that type of character, isn't he? He embraces everything that this sport is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's obviously got a legion of fans here. He's got a legion of fans around the world, let's be honest. But yeah, it's been a great atmosphere. And, you know, a 4-0 win in the final, absolute dream territory for Devon.
Scott, when you do the farming lot, don't you say it's hard to believe you're in Devon?
No, I think my sat-nav's broke because mine told me I was in Hampshire.
What did Devon do so well in that game against Andreas for you?
Yeah, he just exploited chances really early on, I think. He had the big finish, just a whole throw, but then Andreas, unfortunately for him, missed quite a few darts at the double, and then Devon was always just there or thereabouts, and he would just sweep up. So, you know, you can't do better than winning 4-0.
There were moments in every game that Devon had tonight. He poked a 120, a 118 in another, and in this one it was a 116, and it turned the momentum of the game, stopped Andreas in his tracks a bit, because he thought, and I know that he thought, he was coming back to peak right at the right time for the final. It didn't happen. It was another 4-0 defeat for him, and it's 2-2 for the week for the pair of them, but Bevan run the right two.
But Devon Peterson is still partying behind us. He's taking selfies, he's taking acclaim of the fans. He's been through a lot, Devon, and we know how much he's been through. I know he's been a colleague of yours for a number of years. He's had to work really hard to rebuild himself, to rebuild his career. So it's no surprise that these victories, moments like tonight, he's going to embrace with both arms.
Yeah, absolutely, and it could be that driver, that catalyst that kind of kicks everything back off for Devon, because we know the highs. He was one of the biggest 180 hitters when he was on the PDC Tour. However, you know, like you say, he's had his struggles and he's had to really rebuild. And yeah, to pick up the trophy tonight just shows how far he's come back within the sport.
He's actually given his medal away to a young fan in the auditorium. Actually, one of the young fans has been supporting him all night long. That sums up the man, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and this hasn't just started tonight, as Laura said. I think the turning point for him was that Global Championship back before Christmas. It gave him the confidence, it gave him the belief, and now here we are. He's back in business in a big way.
I'm sure that kid is going to enjoy that memento for a long time to come. I can actually hear you two now. It's died down a little bit. Let's have a look at what's happened tonight then. These are the results from tonight's session, and it is 2 4-0 victories for Devon Peterson over Andreas Harrington, which was the big difference this evening. And look, we said that Champions Week was littered with opportunities. I know I'm going big very early, but he's going to look at that now as a real opportunity to win another big title. He's won the Global Championship here, and he's probably going to look at Champions League and think, maybe I can do it again.
Absolutely, and I think the really big thing with Devon, I think what he can take from this is that confidence that Scott just mentioned, because he is a confidence player. He really does like to have that belief, that confidence behind him, which this can only just help boost. So much that he can now work back on. You know, this is an amazing platform, and when he comes back, he's going to want that title.
Rebuild's the key word, isn't it, with Devon? We saw him win the Global Championship, thought maybe this is the beginning of the comeback trail. We then saw him at the Legends League, didn't quite go to plan for him. And then throughout the course of this week, we've been learning about Devon as Devon's been learning about himself. Everything is about the process. But there seems to be signs that the things that were working for him those years ago when he was picking up Euro Tour titles are slowly, surely, incrementally returning to his game.
Absolutely, and what I like about him is he's one of those players that is mentally strong enough to turn a negative into a positive. The Devon we saw around Wednesday lunchtime, did we see this happening? No, we didn't. And that bounce back ability happened for him this week. It took a longer time, but once he got to Saturday night final, he knew that this was his time to shine. And that's the sign of a player who is right on his game.
In terms of Andreas Harrison, he had that amazing day on Thursday, and one thing is whether he wins, whether he loses, he takes everything magnanimously. And yes, he's going to be disappointed, but I think he knows there's a bigger picture at play as well.
Yeah, and I spoke to him just, to the side afterwards, and yeah, as you mentioned, he is disappointed. I think he's disappointed because he did have more chances in that final. He had chances at the outer ring, couldn't quite convert them, and he just said, doubles. And it just happens to the best players in the world. Sometimes if it doesn't go, it just doesn't go. So, but the one thing we know about Andreas, he's going to come back and he's going to be hungry again for that title. He'll be very dangerous.
Well, let's have a look and see who Devon Peterson joins at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. Shane McKe and Devon Peterson, the WDF World Champion and the ADC Global Champion, are going to be in there. Yep, I'm going to be spinning that rhetoric for the rest of the time. But as we mentioned before, it's littered with opportunities, but we're beginning to get players now that are so used to winning here. The cream's beginning to rise to the top.
Yeah, and that's what you expect, isn't it? Especially coming through a week like this as well for Devon, and having his name, next to all those people, Devon will be just on cloud nine. He'll be really confident. But then like you say, you've got the ADC in Devon, you've got the WDF in Shane McKe, but you've got Derek Coulson as well, and I thought he was mightily impressive. Actually set the highest record out of all of those. So we know we're going to see him in Group A. Honestly, it's building up to be a wonderful Champions Week.
Very quickly, final observations on tonight.
Well, tonight the standard is rising. The standard is rising within the way that the Super Series works, and I think come finals night we are going to see probably the best series finals week that we've seen so far.
It's just the three of us now. I think that's an indication that we better go. Right, plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Coming up next, we've got the story of Gary Anderson. And then tomorrow, we're going to have a trilogy of programmes involving Luke Littler. The live action returns on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. And then we'll finish off with the influencer event. That is on the 11th of May. And that is going to be live here on Pluto TV. Well, what a night it's been here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Laura, Scott, I've really enjoyed both of your company. I'm sure we'll do it again soon. But that is it from us on a night where we're finding it hard to believe. We're in Devon. We'll see you Monday. Take care. Bye from us.
Double 16 for a 1.564, the opener. That is perfection from Richard McKe.
An opportunity here to McKe, and he's done this all week, McKe. He's done that all week. So it's double 10 again for Peterson. Down the barrel, surely. Yes, he does indeed.
Target once again. He's been deadly on double 12, and there goes the 104. This is for the match for a 4-2 victory over Jim McEwan. Oh, and a perfectly found bullseye in the end for Johnny Haynes.
One was saying, come hit me, and he didn't quite do that. But it's Devon Peterson is on now, bullseye. Oh!
They're leaving it, but it's Usher with a match-winning opportunity here. Single 20 leaves tops for the match for 4-1. And it is Graham Usher. Double 16 for a 1-2-1 finish. It's a different route, but it's the same outcome. Use that as a guide. Goes under double 10 for the match. And double 10 is found.
But there we go.
To go within one of the match, and this time Devon Peterson finds the top target. Winning opportunity here for Devon Peterson. Tops again is the target for 4-1, and it is a 4-1 win for the South African Devon Peterson.
He's done it again. That one's in. A little lad at the front shouted yes when he thought that he hit the double 16 with the first one. Second one was in.